welcome to our special coverage of the opening ceremony of the 2024 Paris Olympics. I'm Dong Shi in Beijing.
I'm Lee Chiu-Yuan. Thank you so much for joining us. The opening ceremony will begin in about half an hour, marking the first ceremony not taking place in a stadium.
That's right, Chiu-Yuan. The opening ceremony will begin in the heart of the city along its main artery, the Seine River. Also, for the first time, the ceremony is open to the public. Everyone is invited. The Paris Olympic is breaking new ground by bringing sports into the city.
Together with our correspondents in Paris, production hubs in London, Washington, D.C., and Nairobi, and media partners around the world, CGTN will bring you the latest news from the event, stories from the athletes, and developments from sports industries across the globe. Now let's go live to our correspondent Tony Waterman, who's at the Eiffel Tower. Great to see you there, Tony. Now the opening ceremony is just around the corner. I see you're holding an umbrella. Is it drizzling a bit? How's the mood there in the city?
Yeah, it's drizzling right now, but we are expecting torrential downpours coming very, very soon. They're forecasting up to 30 millimeters of rain, which is the equivalent of 15 days worth of precipitation in just the span of a couple hours. So it's going to be very, very heavy rainfall. But I have to say, so far, that is not dampening the atmosphere on the ground. There's really a festive feeling here. You see people who are dressed up in costumes. They're wearing wigs. I've seen a lot of people wearing their country flag around their shoulders, including just a couple of minutes ago, a Chinese dad and his young son wearing the Chinese flag, proudly walking down towards the river to go to this opening ceremony. There's just this sense of excitement because for so many people here, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and they are not going to let a little bit of rain, a lot of rain, ruin that for them. And as you mentioned, this opening ceremony now just about 30 minutes away. The athletes have left the Olympic Village, making their way down to the River Seine. Also, the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, and his wife are making their way down with a delegation of world leaders. They had a reception ceremony at the Élysée Palace a little bit earlier, and included in the guest list was China's vice president, the U.S. First Lady, Princess Anne, her children, among many, many others. Everyone just hoping that that heavy rain that we are expecting is going to hold out for just a couple of hours longer.
Tony, it's Zhong Shi alongside Chiu-Yuan in the studio here, because people have been talking about the weather leading up to the opening ceremony. It's certainly wonderful to hear that the weather, be it a drizzle or the downpour, is not dampening people's mood there. What can you expect from the opening ceremony, Tony?
Well, it's slated to be quite the extravaganza. It's been shrouded in secrecy for months and years now. And even to keep the secret under wraps about who's performing, none of the performers actually had a full rehearsal together. So there's a lot of mystery around who's going to be performing, but there's been sightings of Lady Gaga, Celine Dion, so that has fueled speculation that they will be among the performers this evening. What's going to happen with the athletes is that, 10,000 of them are going to be loaded onto boats, and they're going to be making this 6-kilometer trek floating down the Seine River, and they're going to be passing some of the most iconic landmarks in Paris, including Notre Dame Cathedral. And then they're going to be kind of parking at the foot of the Eiffel Tower. And there's a stage that's been erected there. It's the silhouette of the Eiffel Tower. Of course, this is all taking place at night, and that's where we're going to have these performances. With the rain, though, there is going to have to be some adaptations to that performance. It's likely that some of the 3,000 dancers that we're going to be performing are going to either be relocated or nixed altogether because they were supposed to be on roofs, and that's going to be very slippery if we're having these downpours. But the athletes themselves are going to be on those boats for 3 hours, regardless of the weather conditions. Some of them joking that they're hoping that they do not get seasick out on the river there with the waters, the winds, and the rain. But really, everybody has been anticipating this performance, which has been in the works for years now. And I think even with the rain, it's going to be quite a spectacle to behold.
Well, the rain certainly is adding some surprise elements to the ceremony there. Tony, thank you so much for joining us this hour. We appreciate it. The Paris Olympics will be packed with highlights, but perhaps the most anticipated event is the first of its kind outdoor opening ceremony. Now let's invite my new digital co-host, Ainia, to fill us in on the details.
Mike, how are you? Getting ready for the games?
Ania, good to see you too. Certainly am ready for the games. How was your boat ride along the River Seine?
It's fantastic. Like you have just mentioned, the organizing committee have decided that the opening show will take place along the River Seine with the athletes joining proceedings via a cruise ship. And on that opening day at 7:30 p.m., around 90 boats will carry the 205 delegations.
That's right. Now, these delegations will depart from the Austerlitz Bridge, passing Notre Dame, the Louvre Museum, the La Concorde in the center of Paris, and the Invalides, which holds the tomb of the Emperor Napoleon. It will finally arrive at the Jena Bridge under the Eiffel Tower, where the delegations will disembark and arrive at Trocadero Square to participate in the celebration ceremony. And yet, I will see you very soon. But that's enough sightseeing for now. I think I'm going to take a boat ride along the River Seine. As you can see, I've made my way onto this fantastic boat looking at this beautiful scenery. We'll get to grips with some of these amazing landmarks around me, because one of the highlights is the integration of urban sports into natural scenery. For example, turning landmarks into Olympic venues. Let me just expand on that. First, there is the famous La Concorde, where breaking will make its Olympic debut. China's Liu Qingyi and Zheng Yangying will compete with 14 other B girls as they look to get their hands on the first ever Olympics gold medal in that sport. In addition, that area will also host freestyle cycling, BMX skateboarding and 3-on-3 basketball. Then there's the Invalides, which will host road cycling, archery and some athletics competitions. And not to mention the Eiffel Tower Stadium, which is temporary and will host the beach volleyball. 1 second.
21.
Ania? Ania, is that you? What on earth are you doing up there?
Yeah, it's me. I'm now right above the Trocadero Square, which is a viewing venue specially built for the games. On opening day, after 45 minutes of sailing, the athletes' boats will arrive at the end point right there, the Jena Bridge. They will disembark here before coming to the square, which will be an exclusive stage for the opening and closing ceremonies.
Back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Ania. So, as we can see, the audience can have a bird's eye view of the city from this observation deck and watch the cycling, marathon and triathlon, not to mention check out some of the beautiful scenery with iconic sites and landmarks that make up Paris's skyline.
And earlier, my colleague Juliet Mon talked to the president of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, about the uniqueness of Paris 2024. Take a listen.
These Olympic Games are happening on a very complex backdrop with all the geopolitical tensions we have in this world with wars and conflicts. I think what will be very important will be the message of having really the entire world coming peacefully together. What is not possible at this moment in other areas of life. It's only the Olympic Games, it appears, who can manage this at this time. And then there will be the first Olympic Games following our Olympic agenda reforms. That means these will be games which will be more inclusive, will be more urban, will be younger, will be more sustainable. And it will be the very first Olympic Games in our history with full gender parity on the field of play. Exactly 50% of the athletes will be female and 50 will be male, because we have allocated this parity quota to all the sports and all the national Olympic committees.
And joining Qiu Yuan and me in the studio now are my colleague, Brandon David Yates and Yan Qiang, founder of Score Sports. Gentlemen, fantastic to have both of you on our special program today. Let's talk about expectations for the games in general. We're, of course, waiting to see the opening ceremony, which has not been planned down to the last detail. They've not had a full rehearsal. which leaves room for surprises. The weather today certainly is adding to that. Brandon, what are you thinking right now?
Like you said, we're going to expect to see a lot of surprises. I think with regards to the weather, and I think some of the build-up to the Olympics opening ceremony, which has been being planned for many years now, it's been shrouded in secrecy, and I think a lot of the excitement and the build-up to the Olympics has been all of the rumors that have been bouncing around. So I'm excited to see if some of those rumors become true. So which celebrities can we expect to see? What kind of displays are we going to see along the river? But regardless of what we do see, I think what we can definitely expect is stunning scenery and backgrounds. Of course, they're going to be passing through so many iconic venues around Paris. And hopefully the weather does hold out, but even if it doesn't, I think that we're going to see a very unique opening ceremony. They've definitely taken risks with this approach down the river, but I'm hoping that those risks will pay off. I think we're going to see some stunning scenery, stunning backdrops.
What about you, Mr. Yan? What are the things that you are looking at in particular? What are you hoping to see?
I think the French people, they will always do things in their own style. They will be very creative. And people say that this opening ceremony will be against the tradition of the Olympics, but I don't agree with that. I think this is the typical tradition of the French way. You know, they started the modern Olympic movement more than 100 years ago, and they created a new spirit of sport, and they redefined the meaning of sport through the Olympic movement. And after 100 years, the Olympics comes back to Paris, and it will be opened in this fantastic way. I think it's perfect. Even it's raining, even it might be storming in a couple of hours' time, but we will witness something very spectacular and special.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a cultural feast, a video audio feast. You can always trust the aesthetics of
I'm all for surprises. I'm waiting to see what type of surprises we're going to see today. And I love it. This is the third time France has done this, and they're still innovating. So many new ideas, so many new concepts, right? So many firsts. And I love your sense of humor. People have been joking about the weather, you know, the seasickness comment, or Tony mentioned just now. I just love that. We'll see what's in store for us tonight. Thank you, gentlemen. And we know Paris is buzzing with anticipation as the opening ceremony approaches. Now let's go to our colleague Greg Lafredi live in our Paris studio. Greg, unlike Tony, you have a roof over your head. I'm sure you're feeling a little bit different now. Talk to us about what's happening in Paris at this hour.
Hi, Jongshu. Thank you very much. That's right. I am out of the elements right now. It was sprinkling, and where I am, the rain seems to have tapered off, so that could bode very good things for the athletes as they get prepared to board the boats and sail down the Seine for the opening ceremony. So right now, of course, a lot of the talk and the attention is on the rain, but as you've heard from everybody, that's not going to dampen anybody's enthusiasm. That's because the excitement has been building up for years, of course, but it has culminated in the last couple weeks. I mean, in my time around in Paris, in the week leading up to the games, there's regular tours, people going about their business. I mean, this is one of the most popular tourist sites in the world, after all. But on the same time as that, there's all these Paris 2024 signs. The colors are everywhere. The feeling is everywhere. Temporary stadiums going up around these well-known venues, such as the Louvre, in Place de la Concorde, where the breaking will be, and the 3-on-3 basketball. Some of these outdoor venues in amongst these famous landmarks that, you know, it is obvious something big is going to happen, and it all starts tonight. As for the local residents, I certainly have seen some people grumbling. There's been a lot of subway station closures, road closures to set up these temporary venues and for security, especially in the week leading up to this opening ceremony. It is such an ambitious undertaking. I think the residents certainly understand there's a give and take. Parisians don't necessarily always want to give, so I do see people sort of interrupted in their daily commutes and complaining a bit, but I must say the police and the interactions with them have been really cordial. People understand, they go around, they go about their way, and they know that this is very temporary and it's all for the greater good. And the greater good, of course, is this spectacle that we're about to witness kicking off in just a short time. So the feeling in the city, the attitude amongst everybody really seems to be a very positive one. It is a note that the organizers have struck repeatedly, and a word that they use regularly is celebration. And what we are on the edge of is a massive citywide celebration of games, fun, people coming together from all over the world, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, a stunning spectacle, also a bold endeavor. Greg, it's Joyen here. Now, the Olympic torch relay has traveled through numerous cities, right, with notable athletes, celebrities, and community heroes carrying the flame. The final stretch, though, often features the most prominent figures. What were some of the torchbearers on the final stretch?
You're absolutely right, Joyen. There will be there will be 11,000 torchbearers involved in the relay that started months ago, and now, of course, will be wrapping up by lighting the cauldron located at Trocadero Square. Who that will be holding the final torch is up in the air, but I'll go back to some of these celebrity names that you mentioned because, of course, a lot of fancy names will be coming out on that last stretch. Let me name a couple. Salma Hayek, actress, I don't think I need to say more. Snoop Dogg, eminent rapper extraordinaire. He will be here. He'll be for the games. He's also helping out, broadcasting and doing some other stuff. He's very involved in sports and just life in general. French rapper Mick Solar, a comedian named Booter, actress Letitia Casta, Pharrell Williams, a do-it-all man, rapper, musician, actor, and fashion designer, fashion mogul as well. Sergei Bubka, a pole vault champion from the Ukraine who won gold at the 1988 Seoul Olympics. He was the first man to vault over 6 meters, setting a new benchmark for human beings in general. And of course, Tracy Holmes, noted sports analyst, former ABC presenter Tracy Holmes, who is also a former Sports Scene CGTN host, former colleague of mine and a good friend. She will have the honor also of carrying the torch on the final stretch. Would have done that already, wrapping up. As I mentioned earlier too, the cauldron will be lit at Trocadero Stadium, another iconic venue and area. Who's going to be lighting that is still up in the air, and of course one of the best kept secrets, and I've heard it said that even earlier this week, Paris 2024 President Tony Estanguet said the person who's lighting that cauldron doesn't even know. They have a short list of names, but they had yet to inform the person to keep that secret under wraps until the last possible moment. Some of the names that are in the hat for that are Zinedine Zidane, perhaps France's greatest football player, an absolute star, three-time Olympic champion Marie-Josée Pérec, Thomas Pesquet, an astronaut, Omar Sy, an actor, and perhaps a survivor or survivors from the November 13th, 2015 terrorist attack. So there are a bunch of people that it could be. We'll just have to wait and see. It is yet one of the other surprises awaiting us.
A star-studded occasion indeed, and even from ancient times, the Olympics has been not just a sports spectacle, but a cultural extravaganza. Greg, we appreciate that update from you. Thank you so much. And of course, we're watching the games with our colleagues from CGTN production hubs around the world. Now, for more on the expectations across Europe, my colleague Robin Dwyer joins us from London. Robin, great to see you this hour.
Great to see you too, and I can tell you that here in London the excitement is building. The Paris Games that have been years in the planning are about to get officially underway for 2 weeks of sporting excellence for more than 10,000 athletes. And hopes are high here in Europe that they will bring home plenty of medals of all colours. At recent Olympics, European athletes have dominated the medals table and are hungry for more success. They'll be hoping to match or improve on their total in Tokyo 3 years ago when they made it onto the podium 522 times, 48% of the total. German athletes, including those from the former East and West Germany, have won by far the most Olympic medals of all European countries at 1,383. Great Britain is second with 916 and France third with 749. Well, some of the sports where we could see European success are fencing, an event where Italy has already picked up 49 golds. France leads the pack in cycling. For Great Britain, Life on the Ocean Wave has brought success with 31 medals in sailing. And for Germany, its performance in the equestrian arena has brought home 28 golds. And what events are fans in Europe most excited about? Well, in the UK, Germany and France, it's all about the athletics. While in Italy and Spain, football is the top choice. Some of those matches are already underway. Well, it all comes down, of course, to the next few weeks, but the athletes have been preparing for these games for years. The excitement on the road to Paris has been building, and they've been sharing that on their social media, where our correspondent Siobhan McCall has been following them. Siobhan.
Yes, thanks, Robin. Yes, athletes have been arriving in the French capital over the last 10 days or so. The New Zealand team had one of the longest plane journeys. They were given a special traditional welcome when they arrived at the Olympic Village. In Tokyo, Team GB's Tom Daley finally won that elusive gold medal. His first priority in Paris was to test out the sustainable cardboard beds. He says they are more sturdy than they look. Spare a thought now for the surfers. Not only are they competing in the Paradise Island Tahiti, but their Olympic Village is a beautiful cruise ship. They say never meet your heroes, but in Carlos Alcaraz's case, that was definitely a good thing. Here he is as a child with Rafa Nadal. Now they're teaming up for Spain in the tennis doubles. The battle for the best nails is often an Olympic highlight. Here's the effort from the man tipped to win the 100 metres gold in Lower Lyles. US superstar gymnast Simone Biles has been wowing fans in training. This move has never been done in Olympic competition. Could that be about to change? Well, one of the greatest honours for an Olympian is to be a flag bearer. Ma Long, who is one of 2 people who will carry China's flag, and he says it's not just a personal achievement, but one for table tennis too. Never give up on your dreams. That's the message from Switzerland's Leonie Ponte, who almost quit sprinting a few years ago. Now she's competing in 2 events. And now, how's this for dedication? After a bad injury a few weeks ago, Australia's Matt Dawson opted to amputate part of his finger so that he could compete in the field hockey. And let's not forget about the fans. Millions will be in France to cheer on the athletes, and the ones that are already there look like they are having a great time.
Siobhan, thank you very much. More from you in just a moment. So plenty of excitement from athletes and fans, and what they achieve at these games will be measured by how well countries did last time around. So let's take a closer look at some of the results from the last Olympics in Tokyo back in 2021. And that medal table is organised with those winning the most gold medals at the top. And that position went to the United States, who won 39 golds, while China was just 1 behind on 38. Great Britain was the highest placed European country in 4th, while France finished 8th. President Emmanuel Macron is targeting a top 5 finish this time round, and predictions agree that that is achievable. One company, Nielsen, which uses results from competitions since the Tokyo Games, is forecasting 27 golds and a 4th place finish for the hosts. So that's how the medal table looked after the last games. But what about this time? With me is sports commentator Paul Scott. Good to see you, Paul.
Hi, Rob.
Lovely to have you here in the studio with us. So many competitors to look out for in so many different sports, but let's have a look at some of the European medal hopefuls. And let's start, if we can, with someone who looks like they could be a hero for the home crowd, which is the French swimmer Léon Marchand.
Yeah, every Games has the poster boy, doesn't it? The poster boy or the poster girl, and obviously that's an ambition for an awful lot of athletes. But with that comes an awful lot of pressure as well. Léon Marchand, you mentioned him there, he's a swimmer, 22 years old, and he is carrying French hopes in the pool. They haven't won a gold medal in Olympic swimming since the London Games in 2012, and there was a real sense, a real belief that he can end that wait. He's the world record holder in the 400-metre individual medley. Now, that's the event where you do the front crawl, the back crawl, the breaststroke and the butterfly. He's the world record holder. Not only that, he beat Michael Phelps's world record. Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympian of all time. And not only that, he trains in the US, Léon Marchand, with Bob Baumann, who was Michael Phelps's coach as well. So there's a real expectation and a real pressure on him to deliver. He's competing for 4 gold medals, the first of which, as I mentioned, the 400-metre individual medley gets underway this weekend.
So a huge talent, obviously, to look out for in the pool. Let's get out of the pool, though, and onto the court with one of the tennis greats, Novak Djokovic, who in sporting terms is pretty old at the age of 37, and this really must be his final chance to win an Olympic medal.
Yeah, you'd imagine it is. It's amazing that he hasn't won an Olympic medal. He has won absolutely everything, and not only that, Novak Djokovic has won everything multiple times. He's a 24-time Grand Slam champion, but he's never even been in the final of the Olympics. He's been a semi-finalist twice before. This is fascinating because if he gets through his first round against Matthew Ebden, the Australian, he's potentially in line to play Rafael Nadal. Now, it's probably going to be the final Olympics for both of them. Rafael Nadal's on a farewell tour. Novak Djokovic, he says he's still happy and still playing, but as you say, at 37, the chances of him being in LA are unlikely. So we could see Nadal against Djokovic in the second round. But he hasn't been himself in the last couple of weeks. We saw him lose that Wimbledon final to Carlos Alcaraz on the grass. And I'm not sure he'll go deep. I mean, he wants it. You know he wants it. And when Novak Djokovic wants something, he usually gets it. But I think physically he's struggled. He's had that knee operation in recent weeks, and I just think it might not be another victory for Djokovic.
Well, I can't wait for the tennis competition, particularly Djokovic versus Nadal. I mean, that's always a classic match, isn't it? One to look out for. Someone else who's pretty handy with a tennis racket is the 6-time Grand Slam champion Boris Becker. He also spent 3 years as Novak Djokovic's coach. He says it's an exciting time for men's tennis, thanks to new stars like the world #1, Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, we have a bit of the passing of the torch, where you know, the likes of Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, it comes to the end of them, and then there's a new group coming called Alcaraz, Sinner, and a few others. So naturally, you know, the front runner is not clear yet, which is good. I think it's very exciting times in tennis because, as I said, the young players are very, very good, and Djokovic is still holding on. So that's always the best battle.
Well, staying with racket sports, and one that China often does well in, badminton, but the one to watch in these games could be the Danish athlete and the defending Olympic champion, Victor Axelsen. And he was the only European medalist in that sport in Tokyo. He also won gold at the previous games in Rio. Can he make it 3? Yeah, I think Chinese fans will have half an eye on him as well, because he spent the last 10 years learning Mandarin, because a lot of badminton events are played over in Asia, and he sensed an opportunity. He wanted to learn Mandarin. He sensed sponsorship opportunities there if he could sort of tap into the Asian market, as it were. He moved his family to Dubai because he was fed up with travelling from Asia all the way back to Europe. So he sort of half moved to Asia, as it were, learning Mandarin. But he had a difficult 2023. He had a hamstring injury. He had to pull out a number of different tournaments throughout the year. He still had a lot of success. He is the world #1. He's 30 years old now, 2-time world champion. And as you say, he's the defending champion as well, the European championship that he's won 3 times. He really is the man to beat. But I think his opponents will be looking at his injury record in the last 12 months and sensing perhaps, possibly, he might be there for the taking. But he's there for a reason. He's on the top of the tree, 2-time defending champion, and he's the man to beat. Well, our correspondent Ken Brown has been to meet Victor Axelsen, who made his preparations for Paris in Copenhagen.
I've had a pretty solid period. You know, the last handful of weeks has been very good. So all in all, I feel very positive, and I'm super excited.
Well, some of the sporting events have already started, even though the opening ceremony is taking place. Football underway. One player who's already making an impact, Spain's Aitana Bonmati, who's already got a goal in Spain's opening match. Spain are likely to do pretty well here, aren't they? Yeah, up and running, Spain already. They took on Japan on Thursday in their opening group game. They did have to come from behind. Aitana Bonmati scoring the equaliser. Spain have actually went on to win that one 2-1. But what a year Bonmati has had. She's won the Ballon d'Or, which is the award given to the best player in the world. And Barcelona, her club that she plays for, they've won the UEFA Women's Champions League twice in the last 2 years. They're the dominant force in European football. They've won Liga FA, which is the top flight in Spanish women's football, 5 years in a row. And of course, Spain, you may remember, won the Women's World Cup down in Australia and New Zealand last summer, beating England in the final. Bonmati played her part in that. So she's in form. She's winning trophies left, right and centre for her club. She's won a trophy for her country, and she'll be looking to add another one. But yeah, they are one of these sides to be as world champions, Spain. Well, plenty of sporting records to be set at these games, but a Georgian athlete is definitely about to break her own. Nino Salukvadze already holds the record for the most consecutive Olympic Games attended. This time round, she will make it 10. I mean, this is an incredible story, isn't it? Yeah, what does a Canadian equestrian rider and a Georgian shooter have in common? Well, Ian Miller is the Canadian equestrian rider who has competed in 10 Olympic Games. He's the only person, male or female, to have done that. But, as you say, Nina Salukvadze is about to join him
when she competes this weekend in the shooting event. To give you some context as to just how long her career has been and how much longevity she has shown, her first Olympic Games were in Seoul in 1988. She won gold, she set a world record, and the country that she was competing for at the time doesn't even exist anymore. She was competing for the Soviet Union in her first 2 Olympic Games, in Seoul in '88 and in Barcelona in '92. Her last 8 Olympics, or her last 7 and soon to be 8, she's represented Georgia. She's competed in Rio in 2016 with her son was on the team. They were the first mother and son team to compete, or athlete to compete in the same team. She's probably at 55. She's not likely to be competing for the medals. The last medal that she actually won at the Olympics was in Beijing in 2008 when she won bronze. And she was going to retire after Tokyo. She decided enough's enough, 9 Olympics is enough, but her late father actually convinced her. He said, look, because of COVID, the Tokyo Games have been delayed. It's 3 years instead of 4. Just hang on, give it a go, get that record. Wow. And that's exactly what she decided to do. 10
Olympics, quite incredible. Being a record breaker, that one kind of record, but being a record breaker, one goal for many of the sporting stars taking part. There's more pressure competing at such a huge event. But many athletes have been able to shatter world records on the biggest stage. Our correspondent, Siobhan McCall, has been looking at 3 record holders who are hoping to go one step further in Paris.
Yes, certainly, Robin. Sweden's Mondu Duplantis is a track and field great and the overwhelming favourite to defend his pole vaulting gold. At April's Diamond League in China, he broke the record, or the world record, I should say, again for the 8th time. He's put up this video of training as he attempts to go even higher, leading fans to say, surely you've broken that record enough now. Another European who stole the show in Tokyo 3 years ago is Karsten Warholm. He shattered the 400-metre hurdles world record, beating his own world record by a huge margin and leaving both fans and himself wondering just what happened. Well, the 3 medalists from that final will all be facing each other in Paris. Ray Benjamin and Alison Dos Santos are edging Warholm in the standings. It's tipped to be the track event of the Games. And in the pool, the women's 400-metre freestyle is being dubbed a clash for the ages as the last 3 record holders go head-to-head. The current one is Australia's Ariane Titmus. She's the reigning Olympic champion in both 200 metres and 400-metre freestyle. And in the recent Australian Olympic trials, she smashed the 200 metres world record. Despite tough competition, she's feeling confident that she can defend her golds in both events. She put up this Instagram post saying, "It's time to play."
Some really amazing achievements. Thank you, Siobhan. Moments that could define their careers. But for some of the biggest names in sport, it's almost time to bow out of competing on the Olympic stage. Paul Scott's with me. Who are we going to say goodbye to? Yeah, well, we've already mentioned Novak Djokovic, but I think in tennis we're going to be losing 3 of the big 4 probably in terms of the Olympics. Novak Djokovic, we mentioned, unlikely to be in LA. Rafael Nadal, almost certainly. Andy Murray as well, definitely won't be. He's announced that this isn't just going to be his final Olympics, it's going to be his final tennis event. Now, unfortunately, he's not fit enough to compete in the singles. He's competing in the doubles with his compatriot Dan Evans. He's a 2-time champion, having won gold in London in 2012 and Rio in 2016. Another Brit that we are going to say goodbye to is the flag bearer, Tom Daley, who's actually already retired once already, but he's been convinced out of retirement. He won gold in Tokyo 3 years ago. He retired, he moved to the USA to be with his partner and their son, and his son said, "Papa, I want to see you compete at the Olympics." And Tom Daley said that was enough. It melted his heart, and he decided he had to come out of retirement and give it one more go. So Tom Daley as well. And one French athlete that we're going to say goodbye to, he won 3 gold medals in the last 3 Olympics, is Teddy Riner, the French judoka. How he would love to go out with a 4th gold in front of his home fans. Just a few amazing performances, possibly finable performances to look out for. That's it from London, from us for the moment. Back now to our colleagues in Beijing.
So much, Robin, and many thanks to your guests as well. Now, the United States has been a dominant force across many sports. And for more on this, my colleague Azia Namdar is in Washington, D.C. with us, leading our coverage there. Azia.
Well, there's certainly compelling stories on the road to gold for athletes representing Team USA. They include medal defenders, first-timers, and just about everything in between. Dan Williams spoke to a few who were eager to share their excitement.
I I'm ready, and I've gone through so much as an athlete since then. I'm a different athlete, and there are more expectations, but I feel good.
I'm really excited this time to have people, because in rhythmic gymnastics, a lot of my craft is about storytelling, and I love passing on that emotion to my audience. And
I'm definitely excited to compete, get up there and race the best in the world, but I'm honestly really excited for my friends and family who now get to come and watch me compete and watch my teammates compete.
To win. Last time I was there for Tokyo and I got edged out barely, so my goal is just to get the gold medal.
Now, basketball has a rich history and it is one of the most popular events at the Olympics. China is expected to be a major player. The women's team has an impressive track record. At the last Summer Games in 2021 in Tokyo, the 3-on-3 team took the bronze, matching the team's second best performance ever in the Olympics. Its winning streak stretched back to the Barcelona Games back in 1992, where it captured silver, and 8 years earlier, the bronze in Los Angeles. Now in Paris, China's women's team hopes to continue that legacy. It got a favorable draw, avoiding defending champions, the USA, and host country France in the group stage. Their real test will start from the knockout stage. Now, China's men's basketball team will also be in the spotlight in the 3-on-3 events. The sport is extremely popular in the country, just as it is around the world. CGTN's Francisco has more on the key players to watch in Paris and how the sport evolved from its humble beginnings.
Dribbles, dunks, and alley-oops. We are speaking the language of basketball, commonly known as b-ball. Now, the sport ranks as one of the most popular in the world, with an estimated 400 million fans globally. They owe it all to this man, Canadian James Naismith, considered the inventor of basketball. Back in 1891, he was a graduate student and physical education instructor in Massachusetts. To keep his students indoors and in shape during the harsh winters, Naismith invented what we know today as basketball. Now, back then, the actual ball was a European football tossed into baskets that would typically hold peaches. The sport was a hit and soon spread across the United States and the world, prompting the launch of the International Basketball Federation in 1932 in Geneva, Switzerland. Then, 4 years later, men's basketball made its debut at the Summer Olympics. Now to the basic rules in a nutshell. Two teams each try to score by shooting the ball through a hoop. Now, the team that has the ball has mere seconds to advance the ball to score. Throughout the game, there are various moves and strategies like stealing, passing, blocking, and rebounding. The rims are now a little over 3 meters high, or 10 feet. According to regulations by the International Basketball Federation, a full-size basketball court measures exactly 28 by 15 meters. That is slightly smaller than the one used by the National Basketball Association here in North America. Now, at the Olympics, quarters will be 10 minutes long, with the games moving quickly with fewer timeouts. The U.S. has been the dominant player at the Games. The men's team has won 16 golds, the most of any nation in Olympic history. And this year's team, nicknamed the Avengers, looks to continue that winning streak. The roster includes basketball Olympic veterans LeBron James and Kevin Durant, as well as Steph Curry. Team manager and former NBA star Grant Hill says they are more than ready to defend that title.
Well, first of all, every USA basketball team, I think, has a target on their backs. And I think that speaks to the legacy and the standard of excellence that's been there. This team will be no different. This team has some incredible star power, players with incredible legacies. And so we know we will be targeted, and teams will want to beat us. And that's what these guys want. They want that responsibility. They want that pressure. They want to be on that stage, and they look forward to the challenge.
The U.S. team may be the one to beat, but it will face some tough competition for a spot on the podium, including Olympics first-timer South Sudan, as well as Serbia, Spain, Australia, and host country France. Now, China didn't qualify for the traditional 5-on-5 basketball games, but look for them in the 3-on-3 events. China has a robust basketball culture both on the court and in the stands. And who can forget the most towering figure, China's Yao Ming, formerly of the Houston Rockets, who stands at 2.29 meters or 7 feet 6 inches, one of the tallest players of all time. And another star being billed as the female Yao Ming is Zhang Ziyue, just a few centimeters shorter. Some star players have successfully parlayed their basketball star power off the court. There's Michael Jordan and his Air Jordans, made even more famous by the 2023 movie Air, and Shaquille O'Neal, who's dipped his size 22 sneakers into acting and rapping. Showing the buzz over basketball transcends the court and borders and will be on full display at the 2024 Paris Olympics. Back to you.
Well, for more on Olympic expectations, let's turn to Mike Bacco in New York. He's a sports editor at dailynational.com and will be with us for the next several hours. Mike, countries that will have the highest medal count, any predictions on your part?
Certainly looking like the U.S. as they sort of dominate most of the summer games. They're expected to be in that 100 to 110 overall medals. China, very competitive. They're expected to be in about the 80 or so range when it comes to medals. And interestingly enough, the trend of host countries kind of overperforming when it comes to some of the events, the hometown crowd, national pride, those things that come in. France is actually predicted to be about fourth in terms of total medal counts after the U.S., China, and England.
All right, Mike, we'll be back with you a little bit from now, and we'll be back with more Olympic coverage from Washington in the next hour. Back to you.
Yeah. Oh, thanks so much, Azier. Thank you.
Azier, appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Africa collected 37 medals, including 11 gold at the Tokyo Olympics. And for more on the expectations across Africa, my colleague Mahia Matua is live in Nairobi. Mahia.
Thank you very much, Zhong Xu and Chiu Yuan. Plenty of excitement across the African continent for the Paris Olympic Games. All 54 African nations, by the way, have sent a delegation to this year's Olympic Games. Some of the continent's biggest names are expected to be there. They include Chad Leclos of South Africa, Eliud Kipchoge from Kenya, Nigeria's Toby Amusan, as well as Soufiane El Bakali from Morocco. But it goes without saying that middle and long distance running is where Africa traditionally picks up the majority of its Olympic medals, and judging by their form in recent months, Paris 2024 promises to be no different from previous games. At the last Summer Olympics, African countries earned 37 medals in all, 22 of them in track and field. And on the road, leading the African table in Tokyo was Kenya with 10 medals, 4 of them gold. Hopes are high in Kenya for an improvement on that, and as CGTN's Sadiq Shaban reports, fans back home have faith in one athlete in particular to stun the world.
This past few days, the world got a preview of the level of competition expected at the Olympic Games from Kenya's Faith Kipyegon. The Olympic defending champion in 1500 meters lowered our own record to 3 minutes 49.04 seconds. The Athletics Kenya Federation say this year they have selected the best team for the Olympic Games.
This was the best trials we have ever had so far in terms of organization, in terms of performance, because this is the first time that the athletes produced world leads, especially in 100 meters. Of course, you know 100 meters is the gem of athletics, yes, and the 800 meters too. I would say it's one of the best teams ever assembled. It's a young team.
Africa's fastest sprinters are also heading to the Olympic Games. Kenya has fronted African champion Ferdinand Omanyala, who will face off against South Africa's Akani Simbine and the rest of the best sprinters in Paris. Over the years, athletics events have lighted up the Olympic Games, and Kenya has been part and parcel of that success story. They intend to continue that tradition this year.
Kenya is by far, by miles, the most successful African country in Olympics history, winning over 100 medals. And we have been on this stage from 1964, at the very birth of our nation.
In fact, there's an assertion that without Kenya, Olympics would not be very interesting, especially Kenya and Ethiopia. So the world expects a lot from Kenya, and of course, the Kenyans do.
Other than Kenya, Ethiopia has also lined up a strong team in the middle and long distance for the Olympic Games and in most track events. There will also be a strong case for medals for Uganda, led by defending 5,000 meters Olympic champion Joshua Cheptegei. Other African nations are sending modest delegations in the hope of winning medals, and rewriting Olympic history. Only 37 athletes from Africa won medals at the last Olympic Games held in Tokyo, Japan. Africa won 37 medals, with only 13 countries having athletes on the podium. Kenya finished top of the African medal charts with 10 medals, 4 of which were gold. And as the 2024 Olympic Games get underway in Paris, Africa will once again be placing its medal hopes on athletics as a discipline, which won 22 out of the 37 medals. Sadiq Shaban, CGTN, in Nairobi, Kenya.
Well, for more on that, we can speak to somebody who knows quite a bit about being at the Olympic Games. We now welcome Kenyan distance running icon Douglas Wakihori, who won silver in the men's marathon at the Seoul 1988 Summer Olympics. He joins us live from our studios here in Nairobi. Douglas, for starters, just tell us what it means to be an athlete competing at the Olympic Games.
I think an Olympic Games are a dream to many athletes, and it's very special, especially here in Kenya and in Africa. It's a very, very special in our hearts that it's a dream that we want to become, especially becoming a medalist and winning that particular medal in the Olympic Games. So it's a very special event to us.
Right, and Douglas, Africa will once again be relying mostly on athletics for its medals in Paris. Who are some of the athletes that we should maybe be looking out for in the French capital?
I believe Faith is one athlete to look for. And then we have probably Mora for the 800 meters. And we have Wanyonyi in the 800 meters men. And of course, we are hoping that Eliud is going to bring back the gold medal back to Kenya. And of course, the others in the team, we have other young athletes who probably will want to enter in the line of medal, and hopefully do their very best to try and be on the podium. And we're always very proud when we hear our national anthem being played from the Olympic podium.
Right, and looking at the African continent, including Kenya specifically, we have seen athletes from the United States, from Europe and Asia threaten the dominance of African runners in middle and long distance events, in recent events, including the Olympic Games. Why would you say this is happening?
Number one, I think competition is very healthy, so it keeps us on check, especially Ethiopia and other countries that are coming up. But on the same area, I would also want to say that Kenya must also improve from their traditional way of training. I think we need to incorporate science and technology. We need also to work on our facilities and give our athletes a first-hand, high-quality facilities and up to standard. Because most of the young athletes who come up, sometimes they go through a hard time coming from grass, running onto tartan. And that's sometimes also coming from the village, and you come to the city, which is an urban city, the food is different, the climate is different. So I think Kenya probably doesn't have a national training center whereby you can consolidate all the athletes. We have areas like Eldoret and Iten where you can train, but it's not a national outfit. It is a privately owned outfit by the athletes themselves. So I think that is one area that we would want to see. There is the idea where people say that they are already learning the Kenyan secrets. From my end, I would want to look at it as if, what is it the world is doing that Kenya is not doing? And what is it Kenya is doing the world is not doing? So if we try to balance that and see exactly who is doing better and what we can pick from each other, I think Kenya is poised to even produce more and better times in the future.
Right, and just before we go any further, I will update that the opening ceremony is underway in Paris. Quickly, before we let you go, Douglas, you are in a rare position to tell us what it's like to be an Olympian. Tell us, what was your most memorable Olympics moment?
Seoul 1988 Olympics was very memorable for me because I won a silver medal, and that medal was the first silver medal for the Olympics for Kenya for men's marathon. among the medals that I've won, they are all first medals for this country. So I want to believe that in Korea, that medal is very, very special in my heart. And of course, it also in Africa, it did encourage a lot of athletes who came after me. And also, we have a very big generation which has come after me here in Kenya, and they are all focusing into becoming better athletes, if not beating me.
All right, Douglas, thank you very much for speaking to us on our special Olympics coverage program. Douglas, you will be staying with us and speaking to us later in the ceremony. For now, it's back to you in Beijing.
Lahia, thank you so much. And for our viewers that are just joining us here on CGTN, the opening ceremony, of course, well underway. We've seen boats, large and small. We've seen national delegations that are super excited, waving to the audience seated along the banks of the Seine River. Lady Gaga is performing live. She was rumored to be one of the performers. Now that rumor has been cracked.
Yeah, we've got so many A-listers expected to perform tonight, so it's going to be an epic show, you know. Brandon and Mr. Yen, let me bring you guys into this. So that highly anticipated boat parade has officially kicked off. The first boat was from Team Greece, and then followed by the Olympic refugee team. This is the first time the opening ceremony was moved from a stadium to an open urban space. Talk to us about your first reaction seeing the boat parade, Mr. Yen.
I think it's more freestyle, more liberated way of starting this Olympic entrance parade. And now it's so different. All those sports people, the Olympians, I think they're from their faces or their wavings, they're very excited, and they're part of history now, you know, because for the past 100 years, we have never witnessed something like this. It's very special, and the lady is still Gaga in.
And the weather's held out. That's also been an amazing part of the opening ceremony so far.
Why it doesn't rain now in Paris, you know, to add some special atmosphere to the Lady Gaga.
A bit of extra drama, perhaps. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We anticipate drama, and France is almost famous for all kinds of dramas, especially sporty dramas.
And I think the rain never really bothered anybody, judging from, you know, everybody's faces.
They're having a fantastic time out there.
Because the parade is on the river, so we don't worry about water.
And also, this is something we've been waiting for 4 years. So I think all of the performers, the fans, the athletes, they're just so excited to finally be on this global stage, showcasing their nations, showcasing their talents, and just having a party. I mean, that's the ultimate goal of this opening ceremony, is for people to celebrate, to come together and have fun, and that's what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, we were seeing too disciplined parade for all informations, even they're waving towards the international audience.
Those regal waves.
Yeah, but on the boats, they've been freed, you know, they've been liberated.
Yeah, and I think we need to give credits to the French organizers for really pulling this off, for their originality, for their boldness. This is being executed really well. Brandon, can I get your thoughts on just how original the French are with this idea of sailing down the Seine as an opening ceremony?
I think so many people before the opening ceremony thought this would be a risk. And, you know, like we've discussed
and those
before the
concerns
show.
are warranted in a way.
Absolutely, because we weren't able to, well, the organizers weren't able to rehearse too much. So ultimately, you would only...
They can't rehearse.
They can't rehearse at all. So you have to wait and see what happens on the day. And so far, what we've seen has been fantastic. But it definitely is something that's been innovative. And I also think that once these opening ceremonies come to a conclusion, we're going to remember it for some time. And I also hope that it will allow other nations to also be a little bit more creative, take more risks, be more innovative, and I think that Paris is going to lead that charge.
And it's quite difficult to do this, you know, they can't rehearse, and they can only organize small groups in some hangars or shipyards to do small groups of preparation. And what I heard about 5 hours ago, the last press conference of the organizing committee was cancelled in 20 minutes because all kinds of different situations happening, and they have to, you know, put out the fires before it become big trouble. But now it's going on, you know, when the whistle blows, everything is great.
Yeah, so far so good, but still adding to the security complexity.
Definitely. Brandon had a really beautiful point. I think that, this gives future organizers a great idea that
Open
originality,
the doors for them, yeah.
Absolutely, originality is being valued. People appreciate it. Los Angeles is watching and thinking, how do we top that in 2028? Of course, that's a precedent for for going the extra mile, taking that extra risk.
Do it on the river, do it in the desert. Los Angeles is not far away from deserts.
That's a good idea. That's $1 million idea in 4 years' time if they have enough time.
We could, it's the open concept, right? The game slogan is "Games Wide Open," and the design of the opening ceremony really speaks to the fact of that concept. This game has the largest number of audiences, covering the largest geographical coverage. I mean, talking about the opening ceremony out there. Talk to us about the logistics difficulty, though. You mentioned this. The route actually passes through a lot of buildings and then a lot of audiences watching it on the riverbanks. How challenging would be the security operation there?
Oh, it's a huge challenge. I heard that our French media colleagues reporting there will be 75,000 policemen and soldiers positioned now for this opening ceremony. And I mean, the Parisians, they have to make some sacrifices, or leaving their home early, or just don't get out of their buildings, to prepare for this. But it's great. It's great. Once it started, I think everything will go very smoothly.
I think the organizers have done everything they possibly can to make it as secure as possible. In a situation like this, there's only so much you can do, but they've put thousands of bodies on the ground. So it seems like everything that they could do from a security point of view has been done. And it is the early stages of the games, but we have to hope that as the games progress, security won't be a concern.
Yeah, really, really an ambitious endeavor.
Smooth sailing so far. Let's be happy for Paris. All right, now let's do check-in with CGTN reporter Wu Bing, who is at the Arc of Triumph. Wu Bing, bring us up to speed on the latest on the opening ceremony. What are you seeing?
Right, just now you've said I'm currently standing in front of the Arc of Triumph, which is just about 1.5 kilometers from the Trocadero Square, which is the final destination of tonight's opening ceremony. And so far, here's what we've known. So the opening ceremony starts with a film, and then we've seen the French President Emmanuel Macron and IOC President Thomas Bach enter the venue. And then there's a huge innovation this year, because usually we will see performance before the athletes delegation they enter the venue, but this year the athletes delegation, because of the huge boat parade, they actually starts the opening ceremony. That's a huge tradition breaking, I have to say, and they have intertwined with the delegation, with the huge boat parade, with other performers. And we've already got the first big star international, which is Lady Gaga. She sings in a very French way, and also we've seen currently other delegations also entering and floating on the Seine River. 钟时.
Yeah, it's Julian here. Wu Bin, talk to us. What can we expect next?
Right, Qiu Yuan. So I have a lot of things I want to share with you. So first aspect is about lighting. So it's around 8 o'clock p.m. In Paris, and you see still daytime, and actually it's still going to take another 2 hours before the sun completely goes down. So there will be a transformation from daytime to nighttime. So the lighting also needs to undergo this transformation, and we are from previous days of a rehearsal, we are expecting a huge lighting show on the Eiffel Tower. And the second one is no doubt the ongoing huge boat parade, and also when Team China is going to make their appearance. And now it's already it starts with the alphabet C. The letter C has already entered, make their appearance. We're also expecting Team China to make their appearance very, very soon. And Team China this year has over 400 athletes participating the Paris Olympics 2024. Not all of them will be the opening ceremony, but still it's going to take more than one boat, I guess. And the third one is who are the other big names internationally performing tonight. Lady Gaga, we have already know, and another highly anticipated one is Celine Dion. She is a very popular star internationally and very popular here in France. And she has already arrived in Paris days ago, and we are expecting will she be performing? We still don't know. But if she performs, it will be a huge comeback show for her to sing at the world's biggest stage, especially after she has been diagnosed with stiff person syndrome. And the last thing is how the Olympic countdown will be lit up and who will be the last torchbearer to do so. And in fact, I've been watching other television organizations covering this, and according to Francis 24, that the person who will do so will not be told until the last minute. So I'm also very curious about what he or she will feel when she was told last minute. So here this what we've got from the ground.
Wow, loud to expect there. Thank you very much for being live for us there in Paris. It's 8 a.m. there, still bright, still not getting dark. People are having a fantastic time as we speak. The opening ceremony of the Paris Olympic Games is now well underway. What is going on is that highly anticipated boat parade. We're expecting Team China to make its entrance, like we mentioned earlier. More than 400 athletes. I think we're going to be needing a big boat. Well, maybe more than one boat.
Did we see a sharing situation, gentlemen? Where different countries share the same boat?
I think there was one boat where about 4 or 5 countries were on the one boat, so there's definitely some sharing going on, which is in line with the Olympic spirit.
Absolutely.
Togetherness, sharing, I love it.
Solidarity right there, and you can also see it's quite a flexible arrangement, right, in terms of which delegation share the boat.
Some bigger, some smaller.
Yeah. So we're still watching that, of course, and we know that Lady Gaga has been performing, so you can see the opening ceremony is arranged in a way that live performances cutting are arranged in between different delegations in their boat parades, and we're still watching and finding out if Celine Dion indeed will be performing today. And in the meantime, breakdancing will make its debut at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. 16 men and 16 women breakdancers will compete at this year's Games. Meanwhile, skateboarding, surfing, and sport climbing will make their second appearance after debuting at the Tokyo Olympics. The inclusion of these youth-focused events are aimed at integrating the modern athlete's creativity while expanding the game's appeal. Our colleague Mike Fox gives us a brief introduction of breakdancing and sport climbing. Of course, we're seeing that the Chinese team is now making their appearance. We'll bring you more details on that later in the program. But for now, Mike Fox.
Thanks for sticking with us as we continue our special coverage of Paris 2024. And breaking is an urban dance style that originated in the United States in the 1970s. After enjoying a strong reception at the 2018 Buenos Aires Summer Youth Olympics, the event was added to the Paris 2024 Olympic programme as a new sport. The breaking competition in the French capital features 2 events, one for men and one for women, as 16 B-boys and 16 B-girls face off in spectacular solo battles. Athletes will use a combination of power moves, including windmills, 6 steps and freezes, as they adapt their styles and improvise to the DJ's beat in a bid to secure the judges' votes and take home the first Olympic breaking medals. And let's take a look at an athlete hoping to make history, someone who's already made history at the Outbreak 2022 street dance competition by becoming China's first international medalist in breaking is Liu Qingyi, also known as B-Girl 671. She has become an undeniable presence on the global stage. At last year's Asian Games in Hangzhou, the 17-year-old won the first women's breaking gold medal in the history of the continental event, making her the only female breaker in Asia to qualify for the Paris Olympics. Now, sport climbing is one of the 4 additional sports at Paris 2024. It is a young mixed-gender event, and there are more than 25 million climbers in 150 nations and regions all over the world. At the Olympics, sport climbing involves 3 formats: speed, bouldering, and lead. Speed is a race against the clock in one-on-one elimination rounds that combine precision and explosiveness. The best athletes scale a 15-meter high and 5-degree inclinated wall in under 5 seconds for men and under 7 seconds for women. At Paris 2024, 2 competitions will crown their own Olympic champions, one being a combined bouldering and lead event, and the other being a standalone speed event from August 5th to August 10th. And one climber hoping to do well for China is none other than Wu Peng, who clinched a spot to represent the PRC in the men's speed event after finishing at the top of the Olympic qualifier series in Budapest. The 21-year-old won medals twice at the IFSC World Cup competitions and is also the Asian record holder with a best time of 4.86 seconds.
For those of you who are just joining us, you're now watching our special coverage of the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics. As we speak, the athletes' parade is ongoing, and Team China's boat had just set sail on the River Seine. And Robin Dwyer is joining us again from London. Robin, from the ancient games to breakdancing, it has been a long journey, isn't it?
Absolutely, and welcome back to London from where we're watching what seems to be a very modern opening ceremony now taking place in Paris. And the modern Olympic Games are based on what took place at Olympia in Greece nearly 3,000 years ago. Our correspondent Siobhan McCall looks at the ancient roots of the Olympics and how it's become the spectacle that it is today.
The ancient Olympic Games date all the way back to 776 BC and quickly became a hotly anticipated event on the Greek calendar. Every 4 years, athletes would show off their prowess in events that included running, long jump, shot put, javelin and pancration. So what exactly is pancration? Seen as the highlight of the Games, it was a mix of boxing and wrestling minus the rules, a free-for-all fight that attracted huge men of incredible strength, whose feats of athleticism and violence were often the stuff of legend. The Games disappeared for 1,500 years after a Roman emperor banned them. But in 1896, the Greek tradition was resurrected, organised by the newly created International Olympic Committee and held in Athens. The Games have been growing and changing ever since. At the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, the IOC added 4 new sports: karate, surfing, skateboarding and sport climbing. Breaking is the only completely new sport added to the 2024 Games. Commonly known as breakdancing, it started out as a form of dance before evolving into a competitive international sport.
Well, from those ancient traditions to the brand new, breaking or breakdancing, as we heard a little bit about just now, is an Olympic sport for the first time in these Games. And few names are better known than Munir Biba, a 13-time world champion and now head coach of the Chinese breaking team. Our correspondent Wang Qiwei went to Paris to meet the French legend who played a key role in making breaking an Olympic sport.
From street corners to the world stage, breaking, better known as breakdance, is now an Olympic sport.
Breaking is a lot more than a sport, it's a culture, it's an art form.
And an activity that is quickly boosting its global footprint. I've come to Paris to meet Munir Biba, who played a key role in breaking's Olympic inclusion.
Hello, Munir, nice to meet you.
He's also a 13-time breaking world champion and head coach of the Chinese breaking team.
My crewmates always called me like supermarket, in a sense that I was almost able to do everything. Because I love everything in breaking. I love power moves, I love footwork, I love tricks, I love every aspect of breaking.
In 2012, Munir took home the biggest prize of Red Bull BC1, one of the world's most prestigious breaking competitions.
Munir! The world champion, the Red Bull BC1!
The dance is embraced in every corner of the world, but the craze entered China relatively late. To help establish and train its national team, China was eager to find someone with plenty of experience.
So what expectations do you have for the team?
We used to be proud of ourselves, to prepare ourselves the best way possible. We have made tremendous progression and result the last year and a half. So now we can really visualize that competition and say, yes, we can do it.
So this is a brand new sport in the Olympics this time round, but breaking has already got some names to look out for, including one young athlete from Lithuania. A sports broadcaster, Paul Scott, is with me here in the studio. So this girl, Dominika Banjovic, she might be young, but she's already making her mark.
Yeah, certainly one to look out for. She's only 17 years old, but she's already ranked #3 in the world, so she will be there or thereabouts as a medal contender with breaking in the Olympics for the very first time. It's fascinating as well, really, because she doesn't actually have a coach. Her coach retired when she was just 11 years old, and since then she's been training herself. She got into the sport by watching hip-hop videos from New York in the late 1980s. It's a fascinating, you know, to grow up in Lithuania, miles away from New York, a country of 2.9 million people, watching these hip-hop videos at home, to then decide to give it a go, get into the sport, and then your coach to retire at the 11, and you to turn around and think, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to watch YouTube videos, I'm going to watch hip-hop videos, I'm going to ask my friends for some feedback, and then to get to 3 in the world is quite a remarkable achievement. Now, she trains 6 hours a day. She's won the World Championship already. She won the World Championship in Belgium last year as a 16-year-old. She won the European Championship as well. So she is racking up the medals. Can she get the Olympic gold? We'll find out.
Well, lots of people have been quite excited about breaking being in the Olympics, but a bit like sometimes there's been criticism about things like ice dancing. Some people say that's not a sport. Some people have said similar things about breaking. Do you think the Olympics should stick with the tried and tested?
Well, you say the tried and tested. The modern Olympics first sort of came about in 1896, 128 years ago, and since then there's only 5 sports where in those original Olympics are still in the Olympics today. So it's continually, over the last 128 years, it has been evolving. The IOC want the Olympics to be around for another 128 years and beyond, and for them to do that, for them to achieve that, they have to evolve. Sports will continuously be lobbying for their rights to be involved. I know squash is going to be in the LA Games in 4 years' time. It's been a long, long time that they've been trying to get involved as an Olympic sport. But look, sports always come and go in the Olympics. If you look at baseball and softball, for example, baseball was introduced in Barcelona for the men in '92, softball for the women in Atlanta in '96. Then it was dropped after Beijing in 2008. It was brought back for Tokyo because in Japan, they're popular sports. Dropped again this time around in Paris, but it's going to be back in again in LA.
Changing story. We're going to talk a bit more in a moment about other sports that we will see in future games. But athletics, of course, are one of the central disciplines that feature in all the Olympics, effectively. Dame Kelly Holmes is a British middle distance runner who won 2 gold medals in Athens 20 years ago. She's happy, though, that the games keep evolving.
I'm interested in the fact that they bring so many new sports to the fore. Sometimes you question a sport and you go, how was that Olympics? But, you know, we're in a new era, and if it's inspiring a newer generation to reach their full potential, then why not? Because the standard's going to have to be incredibly high, like breakdancing, for example. I just want to see that happen.
So we talked about breaking being the new kid on the block at the Paris Olympics. In Tokyo, skateboarding was one of the new events, and that fielded the youngest ever athlete for Team GB in the shape of Sky Brown, and she's back again this time.
Yeah, and she's positively a veteran now at the age of 16. She was the youngest British summer Olympian in Tokyo 3 years ago, and the youngest British summer medalist as well. She won bronze in the park event, and it was a remarkable story because she had a really serious injury before the games in Tokyo. She had a really nasty fall in training about a year out. She was unresponsive when she was taken to hospital. It was touch and go as to whether she would survive, but she came through and she won that medal in Tokyo, and she's going to be competing again, going for a medal again for Team GB. But there's sort of Team GB and the skateboarding, there's 2 ends of the spectrum, right? Because you've got Sky Brown, who's 16, and then Andy McDonald, who is 50, who is competing for Great Britain at these games. He's represented America. He's well known in the sport. He had retired, but his dad is British, and he decided that it was probably easier to qualify for the games representing Britain than it was for America. So he's going to be competing as well. So yeah, it's a new sport. It was new in Tokyo, and it's here again in Paris.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to watching the skateboarding. Inspirational stories for both of them, really. Another new event that debuted in Tokyo, sport climbing. And Slovenia's Janja Garnbret was the first woman to win gold in that. She's one of the sport's biggest stars, having also won several world championships. Pablo Gutierrez went to meet her.
It looks like an intricate puzzle, but it's a puzzle that Olympic gold medalist Janja Garnbret has already solved in her mind. Each step is a calculated dance with the wall.
Yeah, basically I feel the moves, I feel the momentum, and I just follow it. I just follow my instincts and I just like go with the flow, and that has always been my thing, like just going with the flow, just feeling the holds, feeling the movement, and then my body just follows.
Her rise began in 2016 when at 17 she topped the IFSC World Cup. Since then she has won 8 World Championship medals, 41 World Cups and Olympic gold in Tokyo. Despite her remarkable success, she trains as if she's never tasted victory.
I don't let success define me. I know that I need to still keep working hard to be the best.
Garnbret is determined to win her second gold medal in Paris, aiming to maintain her status as the sport's only female champion. Her recent victory at the Innsbruck 43rd World Cup served as a test of what's to come in the French capital.
Pablo Gutierrez, CGTN, Prevalje, Slovenia.
Well, millions of people are watching this opening ceremony around the world, including at special fan zones that have been set up. And our correspondent, Jen Copestake, is at one of them in London. Jen, what's the atmosphere like?
Hi, Robin. Well, it's an absolutely wonderful atmosphere here in central London tonight. Indeed, I'm at one of 9 special fan zones that have been across the UK in 7 different cities, including 3 here in London. And while it might not be quite as electric as the 2012 London Games, the atmosphere here is really very jovial. There's hundreds of people behind me sitting on beanbags currently watching the opening ceremonies. And they'll be able to do that throughout the Games until the closing ceremony on August 11th. And we met many fans as we were coming here tonight and asked them how do they feel, what are they most looking forward to about this year's Games.
Whoa.
Are you playing ping pong in the Olympic?
Yeah, we're trying to play. We're playing good, I think. My fault.
How did you know about this today?
I saw on Instagram. Yeah, and we live around, and okay, let's go there to chill. Will be cool.
So tell us, so why are you here? We are here because our daughter lives in London, and we're enjoying London for this week, and then we're heading over to Paris for the second week of the Olympics and enjoying closing ceremonies and a few events.
That's so exciting. So where are you guys from?
Los Angeles.
Oh, fantastic.
The home of the 2028 Olympics.
Ah, very nice.
All invited. We got 4 years to prepare.
Wow, that's exciting. So what are you most looking forward to?
Well, you know, just the energy and the excitement. It's just fun. It's just a fun time to be here, and everybody gets along.
So it's a brilliant atmosphere. Everybody very excited to be here, as well as those 2 fans that we met there from America. We met fans from Colombia, from France, from Spain, Australians who are looking forward to the surfing in Tahiti, and everyone here is hoping that Team GB will be able to bring in a record number of medals this year. Robin?
Well, Jen, as the opening ceremony continues, we'll catch up with you again later, but for now, Jen Copestake at a fan zone in London, thank you very much. Well, whether you're watching at a fan zone like that or in the comfort of your own armchair, the Games is a global spectacle with more than 3 billion people watching the last Olympics in Tokyo. But many people probably have little idea what it actually takes to win gold. Our correspondent Michael Marilia decided to find out.
The Olympics are finally here, and it's time to get serious. Because this year, I'm not just watching the Games, I'm living the Games. The Thames Valley Harriers have some of Britain's best coaches. They'll give me tips on my quest for Olympic glory. First off, the triple jump. Easy enough. I mean, who doesn't love playing in sand?
Jog. Hop, step, jump.
I managed a magnificent 8.1 meters. The world record is nearly 18.3.
I'm more used to throwing potties
But today, I'm throwing a javelin.
My right arm extended. A quick lesson, and then the sky's the limit. Actually, let's if I'm honest, my limit was 25 meters. I'm quite proud of that. The coach, not so much. He's decided to give me a reality check.
5, 6, 7, 8. 98 meters. So basically, we're looking at something like, here we go. So almost the entire length of the football pitch.
This is the world record.
The world record will be around here somewhere.
98 meters.
Yes.
My time for the 100 meters, 16.34 seconds. That's nearly 7 seconds slower than Usain Bolt's world record. The critics can say what they want. There's an Olympic champion hidden deep inside of me. Now, I just have to find him. Michael Marilia, CGTN, London.
Absolutely spectacular effort from Michael Marilia. Perhaps we will actually see him in LA in 4 years' time. I can't top that, so from me in London, it's back to you again in Beijing.
Robin, thank you so much. Of course, we're still monitoring the opening ceremony here, and it's certainly been very, very artistic, Chiu Yuan. We're seeing the ceremony pay tribute to a lot of French cultural symbols. We're talking about classics like Les Miserables, and of course,
the Hunchback of the Notre Dame.
Exactly, and in between those boat parades, there are live performances with crowd dancers, with solo dancers that feature some of the most famous buildings and landmarks throughout Paris, all paying tribute to the arts and history of the host nation, France, this time. We'll keep watching the ceremony for you here. Do stay with us here on CGTN. The Paris Olympics will be packed with highlights. But perhaps the most anticipated event is the first of its kind outdoor opening ceremony. Let's invite our new digital co-host, Ainia, to fill us in on the details.
Hi Mike, how are you? Getting ready for the games?
Ania, good to see you too. Certainly am ready for the games. How was your boat ride along the River Seine?
It's fantastic. Like you have just mentioned, the organizing committee have decided that the opening show will take place along the River Seine with the athletes joining proceedings via a cruise ship. And on that opening day at 7:30 p.m., around 90 boats will carry the 205 delegations.
That's right. Now, these delegations will depart from the Austerlitz Bridge, passing Notre Dame, the Louvre Museum, the La Concorde in the center of Paris, and the Invalides, which holds the tomb of the Emperor Napoleon. It will finally arrive at the Jena Bridge under the Eiffel Tower, where the delegations will disembark and arrive at Trocadero Square to participate in the celebration ceremony. And here, I will see you very soon. But that's enough sightseeing for now. I think I'm going to take a boat ride along the River Seine. As you can see, I've made my way onto this fantastic boat looking at this beautiful scenery. We'll get to grips with some of these amazing landmarks around me, because one of the highlights is the integration of urban sports into natural scenery. For example, turning landmarks into Olympic venues. Let me just expand on that. First, there is the famous La Concorde, where breaking will make its Olympic debut. China's Liu Qingyi and Zheng Yingying will compete with 14 other B girls as they look to get their hands on the first ever Olympics gold medal in that sport. In addition, that area will also host freestyle cycling, BMX skateboarding, and 3-on-3 basketball. Then there's the Invalides, which will host road cycling, archery, and some athletics competitions. And not to mention the Eiffel Tower Stadium, which is temporary and will host the beach volleyball. 1 second.
21.
Ania? Ania, is that you? What on earth are you doing up there?
Yeah, it's me. I'm now right above the Trocadero Square, which is a viewing venue specially built for the games. On opening day, after 45 minutes of sailing, the athletes' boats will arrive at the end point right there, the Jena Bridge. They will disembark here before coming to the square, which will be an exclusive stage for the opening and closing ceremonies. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Ania. So, as we can see, the audience can have a bird's eye view of the city from this observation deck and watch the cycling, marathon and triathlon, not to mention check out some of the beautiful scenery with iconic sites and landmarks that make up Paris's skyline.
Hungary remains an Olympic favorite across a variety of sports, notably in swimming, fencing and canoeing. For more on their Olympic ambitions this year, we are joined by Vasarhely Thomas, sports commentator for M4 Sport Channel of Hungarian state media MTVA. Thomas, tell us more about Hungary's participation and expectations in Paris this time.
Hello, welcome everybody. Hungary is a very good nation in Summer Olympics. We won, our sport people won more than 180 gold medals so far in the history of the modern Olympic Games. And in the past two Winter Games, Hungary was also successful in ice skating. So we won 2 gold medals in the Winter Games. So Hungary is among the 10, 15 best nations in the history of the Olympic Games. Of course, the Summer Olympics in Paris is a big thing for us in Hungary, although we are just 10 million people, so the population is not that high, but the success rate of our athletes is very good among all countries all around the world. We are the best nation in fencing. I think it's almost 40 gold medals Hungarian fencers won. And here in Paris, there is one Hungarian saber fencer who can write history. His name is Szilágyi Áron. He won the past 3 Olympic Games in saber fencing in the individual competition. He won in London 2012. He won in Rio, and of course, he was the winner in the Tokyo Olympic Games. And if he manages to win the 4th consecutive gold medal here in Paris, he will write history because he will be the first male fencer who can do this thing. So he can be a real national hero for Hungary, I guess, this summer. Of course, you mentioned swimming. We are really good in swimming in the history of the modern Olympic Games, and we have some favorites this time also in the pool. In the open water events, we have the current world champion, Rasovsky Kristóf, who won in Doha the past world championship in the open water 10K competition. And in the pool swimming, we have 2 world champions. We have Milák Kristóf, who is the world record holder in the 200-meter butterfly, and he can defend his title that he won 3 years ago in Tokyo. And in 200 back, we have Coach Hubert, who is also a great swimmer. He's training in the US with the former coach of Michael Phelps, with Bob Bowman, and we expect Hubert to be really successful. He will compete in 3 individual competitions. Besides that, we have good chances in wrestling, canoeing, and also some other fencers have a chance to win. And the traditional team sport in Hungary is water polo. We are one of the best nations in water polo. Last time in Tokyo, the men and the women team also won medals, and the plan is to do the same here during the Paris Olympics. It's good for us that it's Europe again. After 2012, 12 years passed, and we have the good time zone for the Hungarian viewers. So we expect good viewership numbers in our coverage from Paris.
Thomas, I'm so glad you mentioned the names of your star athletes. That's why people look up to them, because they are an inspiration. We wish them the best of luck in this edition of the Summer Games in Paris, of course. And Thomas, we thank you for joining us today. Appreciate your time.
And as we speak, we're seeing the boat from Team Colombia just emerging there. Earlier, we've seen performances, stunning performances, right? Some of them featuring pop artists, some of them showcasing France's really rich cultural heritage. So it's a good mix of everything. And now, breakdancing will debut in Paris, while sport climbing, skateboarding, and surfing will make their return to the Olympics. And for more on this, let's go live again to my colleague Greg Lafrady in our Paris studio. Greg, you have the front row seat there. Tell us, what are you learning about these new events?
Hi, Julian. Yeah, that's right. There's 4 new events, 4 new sports on tap for Paris 2024, right? We've got surfing, that'll take place far away from France and way over in Tahiti. Then you've got skateboarding, which actually made its Olympic debut at Tokyo 2020. You've also got sport climbing, also made its debut in Tokyo 2020, back for again, and breaking. I'd like to talk about, first of all, sport climbing and breaking. Both of these will be taking place in open-air venues, fantastic new locations that have been built specifically for this. The sport climbing will be taking place at a location, the climbing facility at Le Bourget area, and sport climbing consists of 4 medal events, 2 for men, 2 for women. You've got the men's and women's speed climbing that sounds exactly like it is. These men and women are just, climbing is not the right word, they are sprinting up these walls. It is almost unnatural to see it. I mean, Alex Hanold, one of the greatest free climbers in the world, has described what these athletes do as near impossible. So the speed climbing is definitely one to watch. They've got less than 7 seconds for the women to climb the surface and less than 6 seconds for the men. It is 15 meters straight up. Then you've got men's and women's bouldering and lead. This is a combined event. Bouldering consists of a 4.5 meter wall. The athletes don't have ropes for this because they're only climbing a maximum of 4.5 meters. They do sometimes fall. They're on safety pads, obviously, on the way down. But what this means is it's a very strategic, very difficult climb. The organizers set up absolutely insidious routes that tests the skill, the strength, and the stamina of the athletes, and they just sort of pick their way up. Only a few handholds, but only the best and strongest make it to the top. And then you've got lead. So in climbing, typically you have a lead climber going up, setting the pinions for everybody else. So a lead climber is just that in this event. It is a 15-meter wall with ropes, but the athletes do not have prior knowledge of the routes. So they're looking at it, they've got to plan their line right from the beginning. So in men's and women's lead, they have to find their own route. If they make it to the top, great. You move on to the next one, even harder. And they keep doing that until there is one person left, man and women. Those people come away with the gold. Now, the other one I mentioned is breaking. Breaking, as we heard earlier, will be taking place at this fantastic outdoor venue. When I spoke to the director of competitions, Aurélie Maurice, she was particularly proud, not just of this venue, but incorporating breaking into the Olympic pantheon, because breaking is a sport that doesn't need any equipment. Even basketball, you still need nets and a court. Running, well, you still need a track. You need a start and finish line. Breaking is literally a street dance event. It can be done anywhere. For the Paris Games, this anywhere will be at La Place de la Concorde, a fantastic outdoor venue. In that area, we also have the 3-on-3 basketball, BMX, and skateboarding. So another one of those new events, all in this tremendous area. I mean, this one's really popular with the kids, obviously, and this is part of the Olympics ambitions to attract a younger audience. So it is going to be a stunning thing. And in breaking, there's 2 events, men's and women's. There are 16 B-girls, 16 B-boys going head-to-head in battles. A battle consists of 2 dancers squaring off. Judges decide who wins. One of the favorites to take home the gold in the first ever Olympic breaking competition is China's Liu Qingyi. She won silver medal at the 2022 World Championships, gold at the 2023 Hangzhou Asian Games. She could be very well wearing gold at the end of these Olympics.
Greg, we've been playing pictures from the ongoing opening ceremony. The highlights of the ceremony really where athletes from different national delegations, including those from China, wave their national flags in excitement. Let me ask you a question about the Champions Park, which is a dedicated area within the Olympic Village where athletes can relax, interact, and celebrate their victories. Tell us more about Champions Park, Greg.
The Champions Park is a unique initiative. The slogan for the Paris Games are Games Wide Open. Their ambition is to really make this a Games not just in stadiums and these typical indoor venues, but to bring it to the whole city. I mean, we're seeing that right now, of course, with the opening ceremony. Typically, athletes, at the end of an opening ceremony, it's the last thing after the performances, they come and they circle the track. In this case, the opening ceremony the athletes are the first thing, and they're parading down this route, so they're out there amongst the fans for a much longer time. And this new innovation, Champions Park, is yet another way for the fans to interact with the athletes. The Champions Park is set up at the Trocadero Gardens. It's at the foot of the Eiffel Tower. It's a place for fans to meet with family, friends, to celebrate, or for the athletes rather, to celebrate their victories after the events. It will be open almost every day of the games, a capacity of about 13,000 spectators. The previous day's medal winners will parade. They'll get to meet the public. Some lucky few members of the public will get chosen to interact even closer with the athletes. And again, it allows people a chance to get up close and personal with their heroes. It's a wonderful innovation, and it's another way for Paris to bring these games to the entire city.
Yeah, and Greg, the first day of the games is always thrilling, right? What will be the first medals given out on day one of the games?
Well, we've got 2 tomorrow morning. I mean, there's no rest for the wicked, of course, and they will be at it right away. Tomorrow morning, the first medal expected to be awarded is in the 10-meter air rifle mixed team event. That could be around 11 o'clock, depending when the competition finishes. Now, China has 2 pairs of contenders for this gold. Huang Yuting and Sheng Lihao, and Han Jiayu and Du Linshu. There is a very good chance that China's first gold could come in shooting. And traditionally, Chinese shooters have claimed their country's first gold of the games in this event more than any other sport. So it is a very likelihood that China will be taking home a shooting gold tomorrow morning. I don't want to jinx it, of course, for anybody, but I will mention a bit more about Huang Yuting and Sheng Lihao. They just won the World Cup title this year. They won the 2023 World Championship. There's no sure thing in any Olympic event, of course, but they will be on certainly one of the contenders to win gold. At the same time, you've got diving. Now, China's a diving powerhouse. They will be looking to sweep all 8 events this year. The first medal on offer is around 11 o'clock as well, and that will be the women's synchronized 3-meter springboard. In that, you've got Chen Yiwen and Chang Yani competing together. They are 3-time reigning world champions. You never have a sure thing in any Olympic sport, but China in diving, and particularly this event, this is pretty close to it. So if the gold doesn't come tomorrow for China in shooting, it could very well be here in the 3-meter springboard. Later in the day, you've got the fencing, women's épée individual. You've got Sun Yiwen, who won gold in Tokyo 2020 and bronze at Rio 2016. She is another contender for the gold in the women's épée individual. Later, you've got swimming, the women's 400-meter freestyle. Li Bingjie will be competing in that. She won bronze in Tokyo 2020. She has a good chance to take home a gold this time. So a whole bunch of events on slate for tomorrow. Medals will be handed out. Champions will be made. We just can't wait to see.
Yeah, Greg, thanks so much. As you're speaking, we're looking at some of the countries sharing their boat ride. We're seeing Team Fiji and Team Finland. And earlier, we've seen one of the biggest delegations from Spain. I think they have over 400 athletes. Apparently, they're competing in 38 events. Pretty impressive there.
And the beauty in that is not only do we get to see the different sized boats, but the solidarity really embodied by different delegates from different delegations sharing the same boat here. And Chinese snowboarder Su Yiming, who won gold at the Beijing Winter Games a couple of years ago, gave CGTN's Zhu Mandan his outlook on the Summer Olympics from the perspective of a Winter Olympic champion in the most recent edition of Talk Sports.
有自己独特的对于这个动作的理解，可以去展现出来。比如说滑板，然后冲浪。大家好，我是苏一鸣，关注 CGTN 环球体育，我们不见不散。
苏一鸣，欢迎您来到我们全新的 AR 演播室。那么巴黎奥运会已经近在眼前，你有去过一届夏季奥运会吗？
我目前还没有真正的去到这个奥运会的现场去观看过比赛。
那么如果你去到巴黎奥运会，你最想看的是哪些项目呢？
可能是对于我来说，作为一个单板滑雪的运动员，冲浪和滑板这些项目是比较我感兴趣和包括对于单板滑雪来说比较 相似的吧，可能会去看看滑板，然后冲浪，包括去支持一下我的这些朋友们在巴黎奥运会比赛的这些人。对。
那么夏天对你来说其实是一个休整比较多的一个阶段。那么想象你现在就在巴黎的街头，你最想去做的一件事情是什么呢？
可能还是去现场去支持我的这些朋友们嘛，现场为大家加油打气。对。
夏季和冬季奥运会有他们非常明显的区别，那你觉得他们之间有什么相通的地方吗？
可能我们的区别也就是在于这个项目和环境上会有一个很大的不同吧，但是其实每项运动相似之处是非常非常多的，我们每一个运动员对待自己训练的态度和目标的明确都是一样的吧，每个人都希望做出自己最好的一面，在训练中在比赛中把自己最好的成绩发挥出来的。
我知道你非常喜欢冲浪，在夏天会去选择在海上冲浪，那么你觉得冲浪和你的单板滑雪有什么相通的地方吗？
其实可能了解这项运动板类运动的人都知道，滑板啊滑雪都是最早由这个冲浪来演变过来的吧，所以作为一名单板滑雪的这个爱好者包括运动员，我觉得多多少少对于这两个项目都是会有接触的。我在夏天休息的时候可能会去海边和朋友一起去冲冲浪，放松一下自己，包括也是接触一些新鲜的运动新鲜的事物吧，可能不会太大的帮助对于这个我的专项上面，但是在心情上面，包括自己长时间的专注于做一个事，然后突然能换一种环境去做其他的另一个项目，我觉得对我们的心态也是有很大的帮助。
我们对即将征战巴黎奥运会的运动员们说一些祝福吧。
我觉得能够站在奥运会的这个赛场上的每一位运动员都是最优秀的，去好好的珍惜这个经历。我觉得成绩固然重要，但是这段经历能够让自己好好享受在比赛中是更重要的一个事情。特别相信每一位运动员能够发出自己最好的水平，能够享受比赛，玩得开心。
You're now watching our special coverage of the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympic Games, and the boat parade is well underway. Their boats are going to be passing famous landmarks of Paris. You've got the Notre Dame Cathedral, you've got the Louvre, and they are expected to land finally
I think
at
people
the
are excited
Eiffel
to
Tower.
see the Notre Dame because it's been renovated after that fire years ago, and people are getting a refreshed look at the building. Very exciting time.
Yeah, a lot more to see, a lot more to discuss. But right now, let's take a short break on our special program. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Breaking barriers, bridging cultures.
Witness history with CGTN's eyes on the ground.
Uncovering the stories beyond the podium where every athlete shines.
Feel the pulse of Paris, taste the thrill of competition.
From east to west, our diverse team brings you every angle.
Global insights, widespread coverage.
Experience it all, only with CGTN.
And you're back with our special coverage of the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympic Games. And with us in the studio are our guests, Mr. Yan Qiang, founder of Score Sports, and Mr. Chen Diandian, founder of Eco Sports. Gentlemen, great to have both of you on. Let's talk about the inclusion of new sports here, because we're seeing new sports at the Paris edition to breakdancing, for example. Mr. Chen, can I start with you?
Yeah.
Obviously, this is a sign that the games are evolving with the times.
That's right.
Can you talk to us about the reasons why new sports are being included?
Because, from the perspective of the IOC, because they always want to invite a more younger generation to pay attention to the Olympics. So the reason why they just need to try to select some kind of new sports that can, to attract the younger generation's eyeball. So definitely the breaking dancing, and also the sports climbing, and also some kind like BMX rising. It's definitely some kind of this kind of sports. They can just, if you can see the social media perspective, and you can see some the cut, the short video from these kind of sports are very popular from the younger generation. I think that's the main reason for the IOC.
Yeah, but Mr. Yan, what kind of criteria are the IOC considering when deciding, new sports, adding new sports to the games?
Which new sport has the closest link with the younger generation? We cannot deny the fact that sport is facing a huge challenge of less participation of the younger generations. That's the biggest challenge, of IOC, of the Olympic movement, of sports itself. Nowadays, social media and especially mobile internet, they are just occupying too much attention, time, and efforts of the younger generation. Sport might face the challenge of losing some of its population. I think that's something that the IOC must have take some renovations, to attract more population of sports people. That's something a huge task.
Yeah, adding these new sports definitely will bring that energy, dynamic, youthful energy to it. Might attract more younger people from the younger generation.
Just specifically on breakdancing itself, Mr. Chen, how popular would you say breakdancing is globally?
I think because I'm the breaking mania and I'm fans because I look some kind of a entertaining show from the breaking dance. I think it's quite popular because different people they can combine the local culture into the dancing, and then you can deliver the unique feature from the body, from the dancing. They understand, they respect the culture. I think it's very popular. We can see that Chinese, our b-boy, b-girl can have a very unique, maybe Chinese style breaking dance, and maybe the French athletes, they can have their own style. I think it's they also illustrate diversity. Yeah.
But how can you give the right score?
I was going to ask that. That makes judging extremely difficult.
That's not my problem.
There's no body contact. Yep. So the two dancers, they're facing each other, maybe in 3 or 5 meters, and they must dance together to, I don't know, so who is better?
We gotta watch. We gotta watch to see how they decide who's the winner. Yeah.
It's different from gymnastics or diving.
Exactly.
Yeah. There was 4 criteria, of point given. Of giving the scores, but I'm really looking forward to the breaking.
Oh, yeah. So
I think it's sport/art, in my opinion. So you're going to have to probably award points for its artistic value as well as its, sports value.
Very well said.
So you're talking about gymnastics?
I guess that's the closest. That's the closest thing that I can imagine. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. That's what we need to watch.
Yeah. So with these new sports, we come with these set of new challenges and the logistic challenges. Mr. Yan, talk to us about it. What kind of challenges is there when it comes to accommodating to these new sports? In terms of facilities and infrastructures.
Well, it opened new doors, maybe provided new job opportunities for our media people. That's a good thing. I read some articles introducing the rules of breaking. Yeah. They must borrow a lot of ideas from the artistic world, of giving the commands of what they want to express, but beforehand they need to show the referees or the judges of the context of their performance. But there is something that you must do to put it in a very innovative way. Maybe the judges, they cannot understand all your movements. But I think that's the beauty of the new sport. But for the other logistics like sports climbing or surfing, I think the criteria are more set in the past, so we could adhere to those past rules.
That does, by the sound of it, that does sound like I can try it. I mean, I'm very artistic and an optimist.
Your artistic prowess
but
is
I'm
definitely
worried about
impressive.
I'm worried about
Give
your
it a
knees
try.
and ankles.
Well, that's a good point. That's a very good reminder.
Breaking.
That's a very good reminder. I may not be in the age bracket for breaking because we're talking about the appeal of the younger generation. talk to us, Mr. Chen, about why the appeal of the younger generation is such an important matter for the IOC. Why do we keep wanting to attract the younger people to watch the Olympics and to participate in the Olympics?
From our professional perspective, because IOC need more impactful in all around the world, and also they need operate the Olympic in the future for a long time. So that definitely need some kind of a commercial value and also the media exposure in the long term. So so that's the reason why you need to attract the younger generation. You got more exposure, higher exposure. You got the viewership, and then you definitely got some kind of a higher commercial value to attract more sponsors, partners, and definitely you can make more money, and then to use this kind of money to invest into the future Olympic development, and also some kind of a country that's needed to develop sports. So I think it's a good.
You are just too commercial. Olympics has nothing to do with commercials.
Yeah. I mean the commercial is not.
Why not?
You make the money, then you invest into the area that you need to.
Yeah, you're
invest
always talking about future investments, just to save your currency.
I think for host nations, the commercial value obviously is an important aspect to consider.
But to promote the sport itself, to attract the younger generation, that's for the future of sports growth. Commercial is just a part of the story, maybe a small part of the story, but just to divert the younger generation's attention from mobile screens would be the utmost challenge.
All right, we have more to talk about. Before that, Muay Thai, also known as Thai boxing, will be featured as a side program at the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris. Master Boone, who is Muay Thai champion, is committed to spreading Muay Thai culture. He hopes more people will enjoy the sport.
Hello, Sawadee Krap. My name is Master Boone from Thailand. I am Thai fighter, two-time Thailand champion. This is a huge milestone for Muay Thai. Muay Thai is more than sport. It's culture and spirit. Then combine strength, tennis, and rise down. This dream 2 years of hard work, and I believe Muay Thai has a good future. I am very proud everyone who has worked hard for this. I wish all Muay Thai team great success in the 2024 Olympic. Since 2000, I have been promote Muay Thai in China and have seen Chinese boxing sport grow from 2000 to 2010. Introduced Muay Thai to China start in 2002. I trained the first group of fighters, the Chinese Muay Thai national team. In 2006, I started the first Muay Thai gym in Guangzhou, China. We have trained over 10,000 students, many. I work hard to promote exchange between China and Thailand. Bring many Muay Thai coach and fighter from 2011 to 2022. Muay Thai grow quickly in China. I have very happy to be part of this Chinese Muay Thai fighter society international, which some become world champion. The 2024 Paris Olympic bring new change, show Muay Thai in the Olympic. We help it become more popular and grow in China and around the world.
And CGTN speaks to 39-year-old delivery man Luan Yushuai, who has registered to run in the upcoming Paris 2024 Marathon Portal, the first ever Olympic event open to the public. The question now is he ready for the marathon?
你好，京东快递。 好嘞。
Guys, I'm currently at the Olympic Forest Park. I mean, this is one of the perfect running places for local people. These individuals, they come from all walks of life. They might be workers, teachers, lawyers during the day. But after work, they put on their running shoes and become excellent runners. And among them, there are many amateur marathoners and even someone, a delivery man, who's qualified for the marathon race at the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Hello。
你已经开始跑啦？
刚刚热身完事，马上正准备开始跑。
OK，那咱们一起。
好。
今天下雨了，我以为你不会来跑步了。
今天天比较凉快。如果比赛的时候，像8月份的巴黎，如果比赛的时候，如果是这种下雨天的话，我觉得会非常爽。我是在大年30来了条信息，然后我一看是那个2024，还有预帅我的名字嘛，我就觉得这个感觉就好像就是跟这有关的。然后因为都是英文，还有点看不太懂，赶紧截图，然后翻译一下。他写的恭喜预帅，然后恭喜你中签巴黎奥运会这个大众组。当时特别激动，赶紧跟家里人分享一下。2021年的时候，巴黎奥组委就是首次设置大众组这种比赛，我看到那个就是信息的话，当时就是小激动一下哈。就是因为我看到他那个介绍的规则，就是累积那个积分嘛。你首先你得累积到10万积分，才有资格进入到他那个10日里面。跑步、游泳、走路、骑行、滑雪都行。但是积分的话，就是很多都会用上。你像上下班骑自行车，然后晚上去坚持去跑步。我们快递小哥的一天的工作还是挺繁忙的，每天都可以说在和时间赛跑嘛。本身我们快递也是一个体力活，对吧？我卸车呀，我给客户搬水呀，抱着货物爬楼啊，这些都可以当成体能一个训练。后来就是狂热的喜欢上了这项运动，我觉得时间积极还是有的。我那时候大部分都是夜跑就总会遇到跑友，然后没事的话就经常就在一起跑。然后我发现这个跑步这个人群，我觉得他们都特别的积极阳光向上，又特别的自律。然后跟他们接触，我觉得自己也扩宽了自己的眼界。我第一次跑全马的成绩是4小时23分43秒啊。2017年北京马拉松，领导就是推荐我去参加。第一次其实真的挺难的，反正我记得是跑到30多公里的时候，然后那时候就是特别艰难，因为以前没有过这种经历。然后看旁边的人，不管是年纪大的还是什么的，就是都在坚持跑。那我不能怂啊，肯定要坚持到底啊！因为马拉松那种精神就是坚持到底不放弃的精神嘛。我现在的最好成绩是南京马拉松跑的2小时25分55秒，之前也没出过国，然后更没去国外参加过比赛嘛。看那赛道也会经过法国的当地的一些比较著名的坐标，像埃菲尔铁塔呀、塞纳河呀等等都会路过。我之前在网上查了一下，那个就是法语，像你好是绷住，然后谢谢是 magazine。我觉得对我来说，输赢不重要，爱拼才会赢嘛。还有，我觉得不管做什么事情，其实跟跑马拉松都是一样，就只要坚持一下，坚持下去，肯定会更好。接下来也祝愿参加巴黎奥运会大众组的选手，在奥运会的赛场都能跑出自己的风采，实现自己的最好成绩，加油！
The Paris Games claim to be the first of its kind to achieve full gender parity. And for the first time ever, there are equally many female and male athletes participating in the Games. It took 128 years for the Olympics to achieve this goal since its first edition. But does this signify a turning point for gender equality in sports? Our next story finds out.
Get ready for history-making Olympics. Paris 2024 is said to be the first game to achieve full gender parity. For real? Let's look at these numbers. For the first time ever, there are equal numbers of female and male athletes participating in the games. That's 5,250 each. This graphic shows just how far we've come since the 1900 Games, also in Paris. That was the first time women competed in the games, but they only represented 2.2% of all the participants. It's not just about numbers. Paris 2024 features more medal events for women, such as boxing, where a new women's weight class was added. There's also a rise in mixed gender competitions. For example, the 50-kilometer walk, previously reserved for men, will instead be a mixed relay race. Of course, the fight for complete equality continues. Numerical equality doesn't necessarily mean real gender equality. Issues like media coverage and pay disparities still exist. But we do hope that the Paris 2024 can stand as a beacon of progress towards a future where athletic ability, not gender, defines success.
Before we go on with our special coverage, we do want to note to our viewers that the ceremony is paying tribute to French women throughout history, honoring their contributions to French society. These are women politicians, women writers, lawyers. This is a rather serious segment of the opening ceremony that we do want to point out to our viewers, and we want to delve in on this topic also here on our special coverage.
Yeah, on that subject, my colleague Ida Waringa is now joining us in the studio for a deeper look at the issue of gender parity at the Paris Olympics. Ida, thank you so much for joining us. Talk to us more about it.
Thanks, Chiwan. Indeed. As you've heard there, it's taken the world 128 years to get to this point. And the Olympics, well, it wasn't always so friendly to women. In fact, the modern games founder, Frenchman Pierre de Coubertin, barred women from competing in the inaugural 1896 edition in Athens. Now, coincidentally, that was in Paris 4 years later that women were allowed to compete, making up only 2.2% of athletes. This was after a protest led by French rower Alice Milliat, who even launched a separate Women's Olympics. Now, the path to Paris 2024 has been steady but gradual. London 2012 had a 56% male to 44% female competitors. The Games in Rio 4 years later saw a further jump in women athletes, culminating in the Tokyo Games, with the previous highest ever women's participation at nearly 49%. And it's just not in the numbers. Gestures of goodwill from the International Olympic Committee are meant to show just how highly they prioritize gender parity. Now, for the first time ever, the women's marathon will be the final event of the game. It's often been the men's event or discipline. And while just 1% of sports venues in Paris are named after women, every street in the Olympic Village has been named after a woman, going some way, at least, in rebalancing the visibility. Media, well, that's also an integral part of the Olympics. The Olympic Broadcast Services, which is the permanent host broadcaster for the Games, announced that they will have up to 40% of female staff at both operational and managerial levels. However, challenges still lie ahead. Now, is it truly possible to achieve gender parity across all disciplines? For example, rhythmic gymnastics only accommodates women, and the decathlon, which crowns the world's greatest athlete, is a strictly male event. Women, well, they're also still underrepresented in coaching and technical positions. Also, just what is the future of gender equality in sports, and especially with the World Athletics decision to ban women with high testosterone from competing in races between 400 meters and 1 mile. Current solutions presented by the body are for them to either take medication to lower their testosterone levels or compete against men. Chiwan Zhongshe, Paris 2024 is really the best shot at gender parity in Olympics history, but it does beg the question, is gender parity really the same as equality?
That's a great question, Ida, and I do wish to delve into it deeper with you here because this is a serious issue for a lot of people watching the Olympics. It's holds so much value for people that care so much about equality. But how do you define gender parity and equality?
Well, it's a very nuanced topic, I would say. I mean, on one hand, we have the numerical gender parity. I mean, they say numbers don't lie, right? It's 52-50 men, 52-50 women. However, I do feel that there is a lot of nuance that's lost. For example, when we look at specific topics like motherhood and young competing mothers in elite levels in sports, when we talk about the pay disparity that we heard about earlier, when we talk about focusing on especially motherhood in elite levels of sport. I remember a few years ago at I believe it was the 2019 World Championships in Doha. And right after that, I had the privilege of interviewing who was then the fastest woman in the world, Jamaican superstar Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price. She just come back from competition. She just come back from maternity leave, rather, into competition, went all the way, had the whole world talking about her gold medal. And it was mainly surrounding the fact that she'd come back and done it as a mom. We're talking in 2019, that the fact that that's one of the biggest sports stories in the world. And I feel like, yes, great, absolutely fantastic. But that's something that we should have dealt with decades before, you know. We're still dealing with it now. And she talked to me and she told me about just how limiting, how restrictive the policies surrounding maternal health care in sports really are. You look at American track star Allyson Felix, I believe, 400 meters gold medalist, former gold medalist, and she was literally put to the side by Nike. She has talked about the U.S. National Olympic Committee basically shoving her to the side. Stories, horrible stories in athletics and sports in general, of women either having to forego, terminate their pregnancies, or even to a larger extent, even hide their pregnancies to the very last minute just for them to be able to give a shot at competition. It's not the best, lots of nuances lost, but yes, it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and female athletes barred from competing because of high testosterone levels say that their hormone levels are being used as a form of discrimination. What are your thoughts on this?
Wow. You know, the thing is, it's such a complicated topic, right? Because my thing about it is this. Look, there is definitely an advantage that they have in these particular disciplines in sports, but at the end of the day, it's also an inborn, natural, inherent advantage, right? So you look at, for example, the likes of Caster Semenya, and you're barred from competing between, let's say, the 400 meters to the mile. Yet, the same sort of situation, a woman with the same sort of situation in the 100 and 200 meters isn't barred from competition. So you have to ask yourself, are you only a woman in the 100 and 200 meters, but you're not a woman in the 400 meters to the 1 mile? It's stuff like that. It's questions like that that really get you going and really have you asking a lot of questions. I remember attending the Court of Arbitration for Sport, and we asked them some of these questions, and they still were not very definitive in their answers. So it's very tricky, you know, especially when you look at natural advantages. You look at a swimmer like Michael Phelps, changed the game of swimming, right? And it was determined in the end that he did have a physical advantage. It was said that the arm span of his arms, as well as the span of his torso, was not normal. It was definitely something that was advantageous and contributed to him being the best swimmer that we've ever seen in the world. So you do have to ask, are you being told to reduce yourself inherently in terms of who you are?
The fact is, the IOC only adopted gender parity as one of its principles in 1996. That's 100 years after modern Olympics. A whole century had passed by that time. Why do you think it took so much time to really get there?
Well, I'll tell you this. It happened in 1996. The International Olympic Committee was strictly an all-male committee until 1981. That is insane. We're talking about just, what, 4 decades ago, 4.5 decades ago? That is still incredibly, incredibly recently. And as such, with no proper female representation all the way till 1981, there's no way that we could have gotten policies and structure frameworks that supported women. So that's a big, big reason why. I will say this, though, things are definitely changing. As of now, I do believe that at least about 49% of top CEOs and top managerial level positions in the IOC are now women. However, there is still some way to go. I'll give you a quick story about the women's 800 meters. It's a personal favorite of mine, being Kenyan. And just for context, it's a very intense race. It's one of the races that merge a lot of, you know, what you have with the endurance in the long distance and the stamina and power in the 100 and 200 meters sprints, right? So with the 800 meters, it's 2 laps across the field, incredibly intense. It was a discipline for women until 1928, and then it was retired from the Olympics, and it came back in 1960. Do you know why? Because at the end of it, the women were too sweaty, they looked too tired, and it didn't look feminine enough. for the optic and the aesthetic that the IOC was going for.
Was that the official reason?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When you look at the history of the Olympics, I remember we just talked about it right before this, at least the modern version, right? In 1896, and then in 1900 is when women were, inculcated into the games. Between then, it was that women could only attend to clap for the men. You could absolutely search this and you will see that what I'm saying is absolute facts. That women could only attend to clap for the men, and even when women were included in the Olympics in 1900 in Paris, there were only reserved specific games that weren't too intense, weren't too sweaty, where they still could uphold some semblance of femininity. So it keeps going back to that, right? Where we have a boardroom of men essentially policing women's bodies and women's behavior.
What more do you think can be done to change the status quo of women in sports?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's about having more women in the higher positions, right? It's about having more balanced representation, and we're not going for all women. We're just asking for a more balanced representation, because in most situations, only women know what other women want in terms of what do we need in terms of policies, in terms of structure and framework. So that's definitely one way to go. And indeed, not just in the International Olympic Committee, not in the IOC, but we would look at structural framework and changes across all international sports bodies, right? So we're talking FIFA, we're talking FINA, we're talking WADA. The simple fact that with the World Athletics alone, the first IAAF female vice president was elected in 2019. This is an organization spanning decades, if not centuries. 2019.
How do you feel about the Paris Games? Because obviously in 1900, Paris was the host nation where women were invited back to the Games. As we saw with the opening ceremony just now, Paris took time off to honor women in its history. And if you look at the official logo, the emblem, it's a goddess. So you see how women are valued at this edition of the Summer Games. Do you think this will be a turning point in terms of our next steps, our next chapters of pursuing equality here?
Well, I definitely think that Paris is giving it a real shot. And I believe that Paris is perhaps the first proper Olympics to actually, be actually visible, in terms of gender parity and in terms of status. And it does give you an inkling of just how women's sports is going. So I do hope that it can be respect across the board, and definitely Paris has given it a real shot.
Yeah, and you've been covering sports prior to CGTN, right? You talked about a little bit earlier. What's your favorite Olympics memory, and what does the Olympics mean to you?
Well, I'll tell you this. Covering a big game, covering big sports is definitely something on its own, right? I mean, the adrenaline. And especially as a reporter, you can't sleep. It's this to this. It's the Olympic Village. It's something else. So covering big games is a worthwhile experience. But when we talk about the Olympics, I believe my best experience came from my time, a short time in Switzerland, when I was able to actually cover different international sports bodies, organizations, and attending and going to the Olympic Museum was absolutely something else, where you see the history from day one to day whatever this is, going through that, seeing all the mementos, seeing, for example, Usain Bolt's vest from Beijing 2008 Olympics. That's where he broke his double world record, So I would say visiting the Olympic Museum is definitely my best Olympics experience.
Ida, before we let you go, we gotta ask, what is your best sport?
Okay, so I'm biased, right? Because I'm Kenyan. So athletics,
okay.
100%. Athletics, I will say I covered football for quite a bit. So football does have a very special place in my heart. And on a personal note, I love swimming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you run also on a daily basis?
I'd love to tell you I do, but I don't really, Junction.
Gotcha that right there. All right, Ida, we appreciate your expertise and your insight into all of this. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks so much, Ida. Now, China's veteran women's shot putter Gong Li Jiao will participate in her 5th Summer Olympics at the age of 35. As one of the world's most decorated track and field athletes, Gong has won 2 world championships and 1 Olympic gold medal. She threw 20.58 meters to establish her personal best and take home the gold at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021. Years prior, she finished in 3rd, 2nd, and 4th place at the previous 3 Summer Olympics. CGTN's Wang Wangwang spoke to Gong Li Jiao, and she shares her story of women empowerment, encouraging them to become more confident and self-reliant.
小时候是听说最多一句话，就是心里美才是真的美。希望我通过我自己的故事，能让更多的女性更加自信吧。
除了这个世界冠军、奥运冠军的身份以外呢，你可能现在有越来越多的其他的社会责任吧。比如说你会积极的参加一些女性相关的工作，帮助她们发展，去给她们创造一个更公平的环境，然后赋能女性。在这个领域，你最关注的是什么呢？
自己的本职吧，因为我觉得无论在任何这种职业的女性，因为包括我之前参加的这个妇代大会，当时我感觉，无论任何岗位的这种女性的这种精彩吧，其实大家都挺不容易的，对。但是我想说的是，不管怎么样，只要我们能把我们做的最好的一面展现出来，然后不要被这种。就是好多那种，比如说女性的美呀，一定要身材好、脸蛋漂亮这样的，不要被定义，因为我们可以多元化一点。
对，个人的精彩和绽放，实际上就是让女性能成为更好的自己的一个最大的推力。
对，
你说到这个关于审美哈，女性的审美现在有很多种这个辩论从来没停过。
对，
你怎么看待女性美，或者说女性应该以一种什么样的心态去追求美
呢？其实怎么说啊，就是我之前的时候其实也很在乎别人对我的就是这种眼光吧。就比如说我们这个项目，其实刚开始刚训练的时候，其实我也是被这种困扰过，因为我们一出去就一堆胖子嘛，就一出去就会好多人回头看。就看一眼得了，他有时候连看3眼，就是让大家觉得就是这样，哇，就这样。但是等我们真正的能站在国际舞台上为国争光了，然后才知道我们就根本就不在乎这些片面的东西了。就是他们就说，好多人不懂，还有好多人给我推荐减肥药，我从路上过嘛，对吧？好多人，减肥药你要不要吃啊？就这样的，然后我就什么不说，就看了他一眼，我说不需要，谢谢。然后其实那时候心里想着，我说我才不减肥呢，因为我知道我身上每一颗肉，每一斤肉，我都是在为自己这个项目，为我们铅球，然后为我们中国这个项目能站在这个最高领奖台上去奋斗，去努力。我为什么要减肥啊？我觉得我这样也挺好的啊，对吧？对，最起码我健康就行呗，不一定非要怎么着，对吧？我觉得更多的还是通过自己的努力，在某个就是自己的本职工作中发光发亮吧。就比如说，我就希望我通过我自己的故事，能让更多的女性更加自信吧，然后就是更加自信、自强、自立吧，就是不应该被这些刻板印象所受控制，然后不要被他们这些就是这种言语所这个打扰吧，
引起焦虑。
对，引起焦虑，然后更多的是做好自己。我觉得只要我们能做到，就是对国家、对社会有用的人，都是一种精神、一种美吧，不一定非得表现在那种脸蛋上，不一定非得说我就得什么赶紧什么早点结婚、早点生孩子才能怎么着。我觉得更多的还是把自己的这种生活的更精彩一点吧。对。
The Paris Games is the first Olympics where the number of male and female athletes are the same. In an interview with CGTN, China's first Winter Olympic champion and the vice president of the World Anti-Doping Agency, Yang talked about the significance of women's empowerment in sports.
Well, Yang, at the 2022 Winter Olympics, you spoke about women's power. How do you perceive the progress of gender equality in sports since you started your career, and what areas do you think that still needs improvement?
The upcoming Paris Olympics, it's the very first time we have the gender equality, which is 50-50% of women's athletes and men's athletes are the same. That's a big step, big milestone. So we should celebrate that. And also, I have been involving with promoting women in sports since 2006. My first participation in the International Olympic Committee as a women's sports committee. I remember before I joined the committee, I was sort of don't know what to do. So I went to one of our senior officials and asked about what can I do in that commission. And he was telling me the story about one of the Middle East country. When the country was trying to apply for Asian Games, one of the criteria to be the host is you must have a women's sports. And then we saw some women's team, soccer team, a basketball team, even a track and field team. The girls are running on the track. Even they still cover everything. But that's definitely not only for the athlete, but for the whole society. It's an open eye experience, and now we see this kind of a story everywhere. So that's I think the big contribution from sports to the society in terms of gender equality.
What do you think that in empowerment for women in sports actually mean to you personally, and how can we encourage more young girls to pursue sports?
In terms of promoting girls to participate in sports, and those days actually I see more girls participating in sports. It's to have a better look, more healthy spirits, etc. So I can see there's more girls participating in sports. But in countryside, actually, there's some area we need to pay attention that the girls need more opportunity and support. And people will say, okay, they don't have a chance to go to the Olympics. Why did they participate in sports? But I would like to tell you why, because participating in sports will help them to have the confidence, will help the village, the society to see their ability. So participating in sports for girls is very important, especially for the areas still have gender issues.
China will send 405 athletes, including 42 Olympic champions, to the Paris Olympic Games. 37-year-old race walker Liu Hong, who is on her 5th Olympic trip, will be the oldest athlete. And despite her age, Liu says she's determined to push herself to the limit and win a gold medal. Our Wang Suwen has the story.
Numerous global titles have established Liu Hong as one of the world's veteran race walkers. A 3-time Olympic medalist, Paris 2024 will be Liu's 5th Olympics. After claiming gold in the women's 20-kilometer race walk at the Rio Olympics in 2016, Liu retired and gave birth to her daughter Xixi, but her passion for race walking remained.
虽然我离开了赛场，但是依然会关注这个赛事，关注中国运动员的这种表现。然后上次我就带着小孩去看比赛，然后参加一些越野比赛。哎，我发现我依然很向往这种赛场上的那种比赛的感觉。
6 months after giving birth, Liu returned to the field, but getting back to full fitness wasn't easy.
达不到这样的一个你所认为的那样的一个强度，所以你要重新从底层的东西慢慢的建立，所以这个过程会非常难。
Her family and team support played a crucial role in Liu's return and her success. For Liu, balancing training with family is part of the wisdom of life.
对于我个人来讲，我不想就是生完就是只生不养那种。我也很不想错过小孩的每个阶段。对于一个母亲来讲，还是很希望看到孩子每个阶段的变化，他不断的成长。哎，对我来讲也是一种怎么说呢，一种激励。所以当时我们决定就是一直带着他，然后去训练、去比赛。
Since Cici was 2 years old, she's accompanied her mother to training and competition venues, both domestic and overseas. Passing water and cheering for her mom, Cici, 6 now, is always by Liu's side.
我觉得哇，不可思议的就是他骑自行车能跟我骑25公里，他5岁的时候就能骑到25公里。
Since her return, Liu has won different titles and claimed bronze at the Tokyo Olympics. Now, Liu will take her daughter to Paris. When talking about her 5th Olympics, she's determined and relaxed.
其实很多时候呢，你这个目标，其实是你的过程决定了你的目标，所以你要把这个过程做的方方面面都做好，尽量犯少的错误，在比赛当中呢，你更好的去专注比赛，然后发挥的更好一点，那你的结果一定不会差。
Liu says the key to her success is working hard and persisting over the long term.
我这个20多年的经历，比较长，不像有些运动员可能参加第1届奥运会才去拿了奥运冠军，可能有一些参加第1次大赛就拿了很好的名次，但是可能对于我来讲的话，我前面是需要通过很多的这种不断的就是失败也好，那种挫折和挑战也好，然后慢慢的才成就到现在。那对于我个人来讲的话，我觉得是因为我足够坚持的时间长，我才有机会去创造。本身我们竞走这个项目，它本身就是一个长距离项目，而且是一步一步走出来的，你没有捷径可言。其实竞走就看起来就是很简单的一个重复性的动作，但是你要保持1、2万步不断的去重复，每一天累积起来。所以我一直觉得有一句话就是积跬步至千里，我觉得这句话是对于竞走最好的一个阐述。
Liu says race walking is similar to life, evolving one step at a time, until the quality of one's actions is transformed into quality. 王思文 CGTN 玉溪云南 Province.
The opening ceremony is taking the opportunity to showcase music and fashion, what France has to offer. Young models, including an amputee, strutting down a bridge to demonstrate both physical and mental strength there. You're watching our special coverage on the Paris opening ceremony. We'll be right back after this.
After 100 years, the Summer Games returns to Paris. Join CGTN to witness Paris transform into a giant Olympic park, where the world's fastest, highest, and strongest together compete in iconic venues in the City of Lights. From the Chateau de Versailles for the equestrian and pentathlon, to the Tour Eiffel for beach volleyball and wrestling, from the Grand Palais for taekwondo and fencing, to the Place de la Concorde for newest Olympic sports, breaking and BMX. In this 2-week celebration of the indomitable human spirit, meeting Paris for the Olympic Games of 2024 on CGTN.
Breaking barriers, bridging cultures.
Witness history with CGTN's eyes on the ground.
Uncovering the stories beyond the podium where every athlete shines.
Feel the pulse of Paris, taste the thrill of competition.
From east to west, our diverse team brings you every angle.
Global insights, widespread coverage.
Experience it all, only with CGTN.
You're watching breaking news on CGTN. CGTN with the latest market-moving headlines from around the world. Welcome to the World Today on CGTN.
images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
The boat parade is still ongoing with the day a little bit darker there. We've just seen delegations from Peru, the Philippines, Poland. And we'll keep watching that for you right here on CGTN. The Paris Olympics are packed with highlights, but perhaps the most anticipated event is the first of its kind outdoor opening ceremony. Now let's invite my new digital co-host, Ainia, to fill us in on the details.
Hi Mike, how are you? Getting ready for the games?
Ania, good to see you too. Certainly am ready for the games. How was your boat ride along the River Seine?
It's fantastic. Like you have just mentioned, the organizing committee have decided that the opening show will take place along the River Seine with the athletes joining proceedings via a cruise ship. And on that opening day at 7:30 p.m., around 90 boats will carry the 205 delegations.
That's right. Now, these delegations will depart from the Austerlitz Bridge, passing Notre Dame, the Louvre Museum, the La Concorde in the center of Paris, and the Invalides, which holds the tomb of the Emperor Napoleon. It will finally arrive at the Jena Bridge under the Eiffel Tower, where the delegations will disembark and arrive at Trocadero Square to participate in the celebration ceremony. Ania, I will see you very soon. But that's enough sightseeing for now. I think I'm going to take a boat ride along the River Seine. As you can see, I've made my way onto this fantastic boat looking at this beautiful scenery. We'll get to grips with some of these amazing landmarks around me, because one of the highlights is the integration of urban sports into natural scenery. For example, turning landmarks into Olympic venues. Let me just expand on that. First, there is the famous La Concorde, where breaking will make its Olympic debut. China's Liu Qingyi and Zheng Yangying will compete with 14 other B girls as they look to get their hands on the first ever Olympics gold medal in that sport. In addition, that area will also host freestyle cycling, BMX skateboarding, and 3-on-3 basketball. Then there's the Invalides, which will host road cycling, archery, and some athletics competitions. And not to mention the Eiffel Tower Stadium, which is temporary and will host the beach volleyball. 1 second. Ania? Ania, is that you? What on earth are you doing up there?
Yeah, it's me. I'm now right above the Trocadero Square, which is a viewing venue specially built for the games. On opening day, after 45 minutes of sailing, the athletes' boats will arrive at the end point right there, the Jena Bridge. They will disembark here before coming to the square, which will be an exclusive stage for the opening and closing ceremonies. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Ania. So, as we can see, the audience can have a bird's eye view of the city from this observation deck and watch the cycling, marathon and triathlon, not to mention check out some of the beautiful scenery with iconic sites and landmarks that make up Paris's skyline.
Over the years, Kenyan athletes have shown incredible prowess across various disciplines, producing some of the world's best runners. And for more on their outlook on the games, we're now joined by Tony Kwalanda, sports anchor and reporter at TV47 based in Kenya. Tony, thanks so much for joining us. When people talk about Kenya, they think track and field a powerhouse. What can you tell us about Kenya's participation and expectations at the Paris Olympics?
Thank you very much. And of course, thank you for having me here on this wonderful show. Indeed, I am very excited. I've already seen Team Kenya on that beautiful boat on River Seine. of course, just floating on that beautiful, iconic scenery. And Kenya, of course, has been a powerhouse in the world in terms of track and field. Remember, Kenya has been the best African country in the last 2 Olympics. In 2016, in Rio Olympics, Kenya was the first nation in terms of the medal standings after doing 13 medals with 6 gold medals. In 2020, Tokyo Olympics, remember also Kenya was the top African country in the medal standings after doing 10, cumulative of 10 medals. 4 of that being gold medals. Now, this year, let me tell you something. Of course, I've heard you've spoken about the importance of the inclusivity in terms of gender parity. We have almost the same number of female athletes in our Kenyan squad of about just over 70 athletes in this particular competition. Now, just to give you some of the highlights where Kenya is expected to shine in this particular Paris Olympics. Remember, we have our very own record holder, Faith Kipyegon, who is, of course, known for 1,500 meters record holding. She's also the top, of course, athlete in the 5,000 meters. I'm talking about in the ladies category. Remember also, she'll be doing that double. We also have our very own star athlete in the 800 meters. Most of you know her. She's called Mary Moraa, who, of course, Kenyans expect her to shine in these particular competitions. Now, I haven't even touched yet the marathon. In the marathon, Kenya, of course, boasts having the defending champion in this particular competition. Paris Jepchirchir. That is an athlete we expect to at least clinch a gold medal in this particular competition with assistance of several other runners in the marathon, including Sharon Lokedi and Helen Obiri, who has been a star of course, athlete in this particular segment. Let's also go to the men's category. In the marathon, in the men's category marathon, of course, we have our very own legend. He is a hero. That is, of course, Eliud Kipchoge, who has been dominating the 42-kilometer race. He will be there, and of course, he'll be assisted by the likes of Alexander Mutiso, as well as Benson Kipruto in this particular race. So Kenya is expected definitely to be a powerhouse in those different category of races, including the steeplechase, the 5,000 meters, and the 10,000 meters.
Tony, we look forward to seeing Kenya shine again, this time in Paris. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it's 3:36 a.m. in Beijing and 9:36 p.m. in Paris. It's getting dark, but the excitement, the vibe is electric out there. We're seeing athletes from Slovenia waving their national flags enthusiastically. And now South Africa will have a sports climber competing. For more on this, my colleague Mahia Mutua is joining us from Nairobi. Mahia.
Indeed. Thank you very much. We are also enjoying that procession. Fascinating celebration of the Olympic spirit. We've already seen several African nations parade down the River Seine, including Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Libya, Madagascar, Rwanda, and you can name it. Absolutely fascinating. But as you mentioned, we were talking about some of the new events coming to Paris 2024. Many events will indeed be brand new experiences for us over the coming weeks. One of them is sport climbing, as you mentioned, which only made its debut in Tokyo 3 years ago. There are essentially 3 disciplines there called speed, boulder and lead, each requiring a different skill set. To learn more, CGTN CS Duplessis caught up with a reigning African champion and medal hopeful in Paris to see what it takes to reach the top.
Representing South Africa in the lead and boulder disciplines in sport climbing at the Olympic Games in Paris is Lauren Makaiba. She joins me now. Lauren, you must be pinching yourself. Is it a goosebump moment to know you're actually going to the Olympics?
Yes, it is a goosebump moment. I am constantly struggling to come to terms with the fact that I'm almost an Olympian. I am so stoked, I'm so thrilled, and I can't wait to get to Paris.
Now the disciplines have changed slightly, or the setup has changed slightly. Can you just share that with us?
So essentially in Tokyo, what happened was they combined all the disciplines. There are 3 of them, speed, lead and boulder. And this year at Paris 24, they have separated speed from boulder and lead. So essentially I'm doing boulder and lead, and that's a combined discipline, and then speed is its own separate discipline of climbing.
200 points, right? Up for grabs. Crucial points. What is going to take for you to maximize those opportunities?
I think for me, it's my mental game, trying to not get overwhelmed by all the other amazing climbers that I'm climbing with, and to just lay it all out on the mats. Don't get scared. You know, read what we call beta, which is just like how we understand the route, how we're gonna visualize it when we're actually climbing. Like, do that properly. Don't get scared again, because that's my big one. But yeah, mentally, I think it's a big mental game for me more than it is physical, because I really feel in peak performance right now.
What does it mean for the climbing community in South Africa to see we actually have Olympians?
Yeah, I think it's a huge thing. I know this gym, this facility is going to stream it for me and all the other Olympic athletes that are climbing with us. But it's going to be incredible. The sport is already taking off. Paris is just going to put it more out there. It's going to boom from now on. I think it's going to become huge.
When you completed your events and you're on the plane back to South Africa, what are you hoping to have achieved at the Olympic Games?
I'm hoping to have achieved probably what I can do and what is considered my best for me. And in points range out of 200, I'm aiming for, I know it sounds low, but these boulders are hard, maybe about 40, 50. That is my goal. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens on the day.
What will it mean to you when you put on your climbing gear and you know it's go time at the Olympic Games? Because I think that must be a dream come true for you, right?
Yes, it is a dream come true, and a recent dream. I never, from childhood, I didn't think I'd ever become an Olympian, but I think it's going to mean the world to me. I'm so overwhelmed by the support I've received from my family, from my friends, whether it's financially or just emotionally. I think, yeah, I'm so excited. It's going to be absolutely amazing. It's going to be so good.
Lauren, we wish you all the best. We know you'll do South Africa proud, and we can't wait to see you in action in the lead in boulder.
Thank you for having me.
Well, sport climbing definitely looks like it could be a hit over the coming weeks. It is tried and tested, having made its debut in Tokyo. But what about the other disciplines making their first appearance in Paris, such as breaking and kayak cross? For what these might bring to the Games, earlier today I spoke with Katua Low, who is the sports editor at EWN and Supersport presenter from Cape Town, South Africa. And I began by asking her how the inclusion of the two brand new events will spice up Paris 2024.
Oh, it's wonderful. You know, it's clear that the IOC and the International Olympic Committee are trying to get some new eyeballs onto the Olympics in general, moving away from the more traditional. Even we have that because we've nailed that. That's fine. That's doing well. But getting some new sports in, like breakdancing, you know, surfing was recently included as well, and then kayak crossing as well. So I really think it's going to help with a more youthful edge to the Olympics. I mean, it's even clear with Snoop Dogg having the Olympic flame tonight in the opening ceremony as well. You know, Celine Dion singing as well. So, I mean, they're really trying to get some new eyeballs onto the Olympic Games, and these sports will definitely help with that.
Right, and as we've heard in our story, South Africa's Lauren Mukaiba is among 3 Africans who will be competing in sport climbing. How do you rate her chances of finishing among the medals in France?
Look, I'll always back a South African and an African at that, so hopefully she does well. But she is very young. She's 22 years old, and obviously she's been training in Australia. She had a training camp in Europe as well, so she is ready for it. She is one of the youngest competitors in sport climbing. The rest are in their 30s, so she is also hoping this could be her. She'll have another Olympic Games in her, so this might be good for experience. And then maybe the next one she will medal, but I will always back her, and hopefully she does well. But again, you'll never know with sport climbing and the spirit of the Olympic Games. You know, an underdog can come through and claim a medal. But yeah, she is amongst the less experienced climbers, so we'll have to see how she does. Hopefully she does well. But she has been training very hard, and hopefully that can come to the fore in something on a platform like the Olympic Games.
Right, and it goes without saying that generally Africa does have a rich tradition in song and dance. How come it's only Morocco who qualified 2 breakdancers for this year's Olympic Games?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because a very rich, culture when it comes to dancing and singing and all those things. And breakdancing is a big part of African culture as well. But it's just access and being part of competitions. Most of the breakdancers, especially in South Africa, say they just don't have access to international competitions, meaning when they get to those international competitions, they sort of freeze and are overwhelmed by the crowds, because with breakdancing, I mean, everyone's quite on top of you. So you have to be able to adapt to that and also be able to, break as well and be in a competitive position. So it's just, I believe it's just access to more international competitions and also funding, because obviously that requires money to train the facilities and also to travel as well. So I believe that is one of the core reasons why we only have one African in break at the moment.
Right. And finally, before we let you go, Katua, the 2024 Olympic Games have expanded, as you know, to feature 45 sporting disciplines. How are the new events being introduced affecting Africa's chances of winning more Olympic medals this time round?
Well, to put it simply, the more sports, the more opportunity for medals. So hopefully that increases Africa's chances for getting more medals. But with the new sports, obviously there comes a learning period. Can people do it? How are they going to roll out the competition? People are getting to know these competitions. So how it will play out, we'll have to see, especially with these new sports at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. But hopefully it increases our chances, and also giving those so-called smaller sports a chance to shine, and then also give sponsors and fans an opportunity to witness them and engage with them more post-games. When come the next Olympic Games, they've grown even more. So hopefully there's opportunity for more medals, hopefully opportunity for more people to compete in general in an Olympic sport. And I just hope we see even more eyeballs on it and more people and fans engaging with these sports along with the normal athletics and the swimming. So hopefully more chances.
Well, Jongshire and Chio Yuan, that was South African sports journalist and editor Katua Low speaking on the new events at this year's Games. The procession continues down the River Seine. We've just seen Turkey and Tunisia go down. That's it for us. From the moment, it's back to you in Beijing.
Lahia, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And athletes from Central American nations are seeking to make history at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. For more on their participation, let's go live to Dennis Valatoro. He's a sports reporter of Canal 8 based in Honduras. Dennis, welcome to our special program. What can we expect from Team Honduras in Paris 2024 Olympics?
Hello, thank you for having me here in CGTN. It's a pleasure to be talking about, especially the Honduran delegation that is going to be representing our country back in Paris Olympics 2024. And yes, we have a small delegation. We only have 4 athletes. We have Yulimar Avila in the swimming 200-meter butterfly event, Julio Rego in swimming in the 200-meter breaststroke event, and Malik Garcia in the 100-meter dash. But I want to focus on the name of Kevin Mejia. He's going to be on the 97-kilogram category of Greco-Roman wrestling. There's high hopes, especially with him, because he's been training really hard. He went to Hungary, to Bulgaria, and to the United States to prepare himself for this Olympics. The 29-year-old wrestler is attending for the first time to the Olympic Games, and he's one of the favorites not only from Honduras but from all the American continent. And this obviously comes after the qualification he got on the Pan American Championship held in Acapulco, Mexico, where he went undefeated, included obviously the gold medal, and also because he's reunited with Humberto Torres. He's his mentor on the sport and basically the one who got him on this beautiful sport of the Greco-Roman wrestling, right? There's a lot of high expectations with him, obviously with all his winnings and the past year, the way he was fighting and performing back in all the Central American and Caribbean Games and the Central American Games and the Pan American Games. So there's a lot of expectations with him. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go to the Olympic Village here in Tegucigalpa, Honduras, and everybody's having high expectations with him, especially with after the event and the fight he had last year against Gabriel Rosillo, this Cuban wrestler that is basically the second best rank on the event. We all know he's going to be fighting. Well, Mejia is going to be fighting against Arthur Alexayan, this Armenian wrestler that is the best one on the event, on the category, on the 97 kilogram category. But anything can happen, especially because Mejia, he's been training really hard. He had a lot of support of the federation and also the government to be ready for this Olympic Games. I don't want to keep on going without talking about Julie Maravilla. Also, she's a second-time Olympic athlete, and just for you guys to know, on Tokyo 2020, she was the first one to qualify to the second round. So there's a lot of hopings and expectations with her, and also obviously Kevin and Julie Mar were the flag barriers on the ceremony. So everybody's really excited for this. Back in Honduras here, everybody is really excited with our athletes, but we are all hoping a lot of things, and obviously getting our first medal in Olympic history. We came really close on 2016 in Rio, in Brazil, when the football team lost on the third place for the bronze medal against Nigeria 3-2. We were really close. But for the first time, I think we got a really, really nice chance of winning a medal with Kevin Mejia. Hopefully, it's going to be like that. So we are expecting a lot. Everybody's really excited over here in Honduras and hoping for the best with all the 4 athletes, especially with Kevin Mejia.
Dennis, I believe we can both agree that sportsmanship is never about the size of a country or the size of a delegation. It is the perseverance and bravery that people cherish and appreciate. We'll look forward to Honduran athletes competing to the best of their abilities. Dennis, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, we're now more than 2 hours into the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics. We've just seen the team of USA emerging there for that athlete parade. Now, breakdancing originated in New York City during the late 1960s and early 1970s. My colleague Azieh Namdar has more now from Washington, D.C. Azieh.
Hello to you both again. Well, as you've probably heard by now, there are some new terms of the games, including top rocking, go downs, and freezes. Confused? Well, they're all elements of breaking, which makes this Olympic debut. From the streets of New York to the Olympic stage in Paris, Dan Williams takes us on a historic journey of breaking evolution.
The spotlight will be on breaking or breakdancing in Paris as the best b-boys and b-girls compete at the 2024 Olympic Games. It's quite a journey for a dance that emerged from the streets of New York, and in particular the Bronx in the 1970s. In 1973, Clive Campbell, otherwise known as DJ Kool Herc, held a house party here at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue, now known as the birthplace of hip-hop. He noticed people dancing energetically during the break of the song, the part where only the drums would be left playing. By spinning 2 records at the same time, the break could be extended.
Break beats, as for a DJ, is extending a song, a break of a song. Very often, James Brown records had those break beats, those breakdowns. And James Brown go 1, 2, 3, 4, bat, 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 and you just keep catching that 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right now we're standing in the center, smack dab in the center of Bronx River Projects. There was times where every single one of these buildings had a gang in it.
Alien Ness is a former b-boy and a former president of the mighty Zulu Kings, a b-boy group that was founded by another DJ, Africa Bambaataa.
I always say hip-hop is a way for somebody to raise their hand up out of all the dirt and rubble and say, hey, look at me. I could do this.
It didn't take long for breaking to evolve. By placing cardboard on the ground, the dance could incorporate even more acrobatic moves.
Dancers were afforded opportunities that rappers and graffiti artists couldn't get. But when it came to the dance, it was like, wow, that's incredible. I never saw anything like that. What do you call that? How does he do that? Oh my God, does that hurt?
But But at the very height of its popularity, breaking was phased out of the hip-hop scene, although it continued to grow outside of that bubble internationally.
Breaking has come far since its humble beginnings, and now it will get a chance to shine on the biggest stage of all, as breakers from around the world compete at the Paris Olympics.
B-girl Sunny Choi will represent the US in Paris. She hopes the Olympic spotlight will bring further opportunities for inner-city youth.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most beautiful things about breaking is that there are not a ton of barriers to entry. You just need enough floor. You don't need to pay to go to some teacher or go to a studio. Most of the places I practice still are community centers, and they're free.
That view is echoed by B-boy Victor Montalvo, also headed to Paris on Team USA.
I want more inner-city kids to enjoy breaking. You don't need much. This is not, we don't have expensive tools, you know? Like, all you need is a speaker, a dance floor, and self-expression.
The inclusion of breaking in the Olympics will also give the dance recognition.
Breaking in the Olympics is an accomplishment for hip-hop. This is a way to get the culture recognized and legitimized in the top tier of competition around the world, and I think that that's a great thing.
But breaking faces an uncertain future. It's not currently part of the 2028 Olympic roster in Los Angeles. That means B-boys and B-girls must make the most of the Paris platform to show the event warrants an Olympic return. Dan Williams, CGTN, New York.
Now, gymnastics is extremely competitive here in the U.S., and phenom Simone Biles is leading the way for Team USA. Biles, the most decorated gymnast of all time, won 4 gold medals at the Rio Games in 2016, and she was a heavy favorite for a similar victory in Tokyo. But she withdrew from the competition due to what's known as twisties. It's a mental block that causes gymnasts to lose their position while in midair. The incident put a focus on mental health issues on the elite sport, and that's an area that needs focus, according to fellow U.S. gymnast Kayla DiCello. She was part of the squad that won gold for the U.S. at the World Championships last year. DiCello has been speaking with Dan Williams.
Simone Biles, she's amazing, and just all of the U.S. athletes. We go to camps once a month and we see each other, so that is always really fun, and we get to be with each other, see each other's gymnastics, cheer each other on, and yes, we're all like fighting for the same spots, but I think we are a really good team together.
The one element that obviously came out at last Olympics was obviously the whole mental health element, and it just underlined just how much hard work the gymnasts put into the sport. Just tell me a little bit about that and the importance of keeping that spotlight and keeping that kind of sense of ensuring that your mental health is being properly looked after.
Yeah, I think mental health is really important, and I think it's good that it's been given the spotlight that it has, because athletes go through it all the time, and it's really nice to be able to have an outlet that you can talk to and you can kind of just distract yourself from whatever might be going through in the gym, and just being able to talk through certain moments.
Now, after Simone Biles withdrew from the competition in Tokyo, Sunisa Suni Lee became the first Asian American to win gold in the Olympics all-around competition. Lee told Ann she's determined to defend her title and inspire other Asian Americans to follow their dreams.
You've also become a role model for Asian America as well, and obviously there's a backdrop of some Asian American hate. Just how important is it to have that kind of positive role model for you, for other Asian American women especially?
Yeah, I definitely feel like over the past couple of years, I feel like I've started to feel a lot more strongly about it, because when I was growing up, you don't really realize until after the fact, and I think now that having younger women, not even just younger athletes, but other people older than me coming up to me saying that I inspire them is just something that's so cool, because I love to do gymnastics, and I think that it's amazing that it inspires other people.
And Brazilian gymnast Rebecca Andrade made history at the 2020 Tokyo Games. She was the first South American woman to win silver in the all-around event. Andrade is set to go head-to-head with Simone Biles. CGTN's Lucrecia Franco spoke to the athlete about her training and hopes for the competition.
Rebecca Andrade is well aware of the challenging nature of gymnastics. It demands not only exceptional acrobatic skills, but also an immense level of mental strength.
I personally don't feel that much pressure, but of course, Brazilians really want us to keep delivering results, and we do too. But we need to stay focused, because if we get too caught up in expectations, I, for example, risk losing sight of what truly matters, myself and my performance.
Andrade's story reflects resilience, perseverance, and determination in a sport where athletes are prone to injuries. Between 2015 and 2019, she underwent 3 surgeries on the same knee, but despite those setbacks, she continued to excel. At 25, Rebecca has won 11 medals, 2 in the Olympics and 9 in World Championships, and is considered the best Brazilian gymnast of all time. Winnie has brought accolades, but Rebecca says it is her personal story that motivates her. Born in a favela near São Paulo, she was raised by a single mother with 8 children, a family that sacrificed for her to realize her gymnastic dream since she was 5 years old.
The hardest part was the financial aspect. My mother walked to work so that I could use her bus pass to go to the gym with my brother. So I am very grateful to her and my siblings who made my dream possible.
She's arriving in Paris for her 3rd Olympics. She says more than winning medals, she wants to inspire girls like herself.
Regardless of where you come from, your financial situation, or your color, you have to believe in yourself and not let anyone stop you from reaching your goals.
Honoring her humble beginnings, she incorporates funk music into her signature floor routine, a blend of up-tempo rhythms and hip-hop that has taken Brazil by storm. And she hopes to have the country behind her once again.
All positive vibes are appreciated, you know. Positive vibes, I swear we feel them.
Lucrecia Franco, CGTN, Rio de Janeiro.
And we'll be back with more Olympic coverage from here in Washington in the next hour. For now, we'll send it back to you guys in Beijing.
Aslia, appreciate that as always. Thank you so much. We do want to get an update from our correspondent Kim Brown live in Paris. Kim, the night has fallen on the French capital. I believe we've seen all the boats there during that cruise on the Seine. What is the latest this hour?
Yeah, the greatest show on earth continues, marking the official beginning of the biggest multi-sport event on the planet. And even the rain couldn't damp the spirits here. Paris has really pulled it off, the most daring opening ceremony ever, the first outside stadium. And we've seen some incredible acts already. Lady Gaga, Aya Nakamura, the French rapper Karim have all rocked the river. We also saw some huge French stars like Zinedine Zidane. French history has been represented, like the French Revolution. We've seen French culture, the cabaret, Moulin Rouge, the Minions saving the Mona Lisa. We've also had a lot of nods to fashion, to France's famous fashion culture, its famous fashion week. There's been a fashion show that continues right now with people dancing on one of the boats. So some daring moments too. France's nod to the diversity, its consistent ability to reinvent itself. And now we've just seen the athletes come down the river, some 10,000 athletes on around 100 boats. We've just seen the French team, which means that that is now over, and we're currently watching some break dancing. Some breaking is going on. One of the events here in Paris, of course. Breaking makes its debut at Paris 2024, and we're getting a lot of dancing. The soundtrack has been one of just dance classics. I'm really tempted to sing, to dance, just to get involved here. I'm getting swept away by the atmosphere, and you have to say it's been amazing. The 326,000 people that have lined the Seine have been in such good spirits, cheering every delegation. as it's gone past, many in plastic ponchos to protect themselves from the rain. And right now we're seeing live on the Seine, plenty of people dancing, performing. We're seeing the lights really starting in front of the Eiffel Tower, which, word has it, we've seen a sneak peek last night. The Eiffel Tower is going to be lit up with an incredible laser show later this evening.
Yeah, we just saw the entire city lit up when the host country, or Team France's boat, came into view. We saw French President Emmanuel Macron and First Lady there. Talk to us. You are at the Arc de Triomphe, right? How's the mood there where you are?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're here at the Arc de Triomphe. You can see behind me, but this is one of the areas that's been blocked off for security reasons. Some of the areas on lockdown to allow the dignitaries to traverse the city to get from one side to the other. We've seen many cars with different flags on them. A Chinese one went past not so long ago. Actually, we had big cheers for the Chinese squad, for the Chinese delegation all along the river. 716 people strong. Some 411 athletes are here from China. Now, the Arc de Triomphe, where we are, is one of the huge attractions here in Paris. Usually this is absolutely packed with people, but of course today is a different day. Now, Paris has an opportunity to show off its heritage, its architecture. The opening ceremony has already passed along the river, past the Notre Dame Cathedral and the Louvre. Now some areas, like I say, are on lockdown here, but earlier around this district we have seen a lot of people dressed up in colours of their countries. We've seen the bright yellow of Brazil, we've seen the green of South Africa, we've seen French flags, Chinese people too, dressed in the colours of their country. So it's a party atmosphere really all over Paris. We had fighter jets fly over our heads not so long ago. We were at one restaurant not far from here. We passed by and they have the opening ceremony on the television. Huge cheers when French football star Zinedine Zidane appeared and when Lady Gaga made her appearance too. We've seen a lot of applause, and of course it's not over yet. Are we going to see Celine Dion sing Edith Piaf, as many people have predicted? She's been seen around Paris, so there's still much more to come here. We're watching an incredible sort of live cabaret at the moment. There's a fashion show. We've seen people dancing. Now we have a man painted blue in a giant fruit salad singing. Everything's going on. It's all happening here in Paris tonight.
Thank you so much, Ken. I wish I could be there to soak in the atmosphere. It's so great there. Ken Brown live for us in Paris there. Now, China will be represented by 405 athletes in 236 events across 30 sports. And now let's go live to my colleague Greg Lafredi in our Paris studio. Greg, tell us more about Team China. What can we expect?
Hi, Choyan. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, China, first of all, China is certainly a contender to lead the medal table at these games. At the last games in Tokyo 2020, China finished with 38 gold, second only to the USA's 39. China had 89 medals overall, and China will certainly be looking to top the medal table at this Olympics as well. And we'll break down a little bit of the Chinese delegation, and for that I've got a few numbers for you. 716 people in the delegation, 405 athletes. They will compete in 236 events across 30 sports. Now, 42 of those 405 athletes are former Olympic champions. There's 136 male athletes, 269 female. That shows the diversity of the Chinese team. The average age is 25. The youngest is 11-year-old skateboarder Zheng Haohao. And then you've got 37-year-old race walker Liu Hong at the other end of the scale. All of them make me feel rather old. Now, this is the first time that the flag bearers were chosen outside the traditional sports such as basketball, volleyball, fencing, or taekwondo at the past Olympics. Because the flag bearers for this one, we've got table tennis legend Mao Long, 35 years old, still flying the flag for China. This will be his 4th Olympics. He is a record 5-time Olympic champion. My favorite table tennis player, I might add. He is the reigning singles champion from the past 2 Olympics, plus 3 team golds to go along with that. He'll be competing in the team event again, going for a record 6th gold. Incredible. Now, on the other side of the flag, you have Feng Yu, an artistic swimmer. She is the captain of China's artistic swimming team. This will be her 3rd Olympics. She led China to silver at Tokyo 2020. China won China won gold, that is, in all 5 of the Olympic routines at the Doha World Championships this year. So very strong contenders to win gold in artistic swimming. And Feng Yu will be bearing the flag for China alongside Ma Long, of course, at this opening ceremony, as we already saw. Now, China is expected to contend in a variety of events. We'll get to that in a little bit, but I know that those two are certainly very happy to have led the way for China all the way to this fantastic ceremony we're seeing now.
Greg, that makes the two of us. Ma Long is my hero as well, a living, walking legend. So excited to see him as not just the flag bearer, but also this time competing in Paris. We know China is expected to contend with the USA for the most gold medals at the Olympics. Who were some of the other countries favorite to win gold?
Well, the host country always does very well, of course, because they get extra competitors in there. So France, always a strong competitor, looking to do very well at these games. Great Britain, expected to contend as well. Hopefully my country, Canada, will step up and do something good. But in the summer games, it's going to be very much between USA and China. So we'll see what comes down to that. And I think China's made tremendous strides in numerous events. And some of the people to look out for, certainly. Let's just talk about some of the traditional strengths. Obviously, you have table tennis and diving. China leads the way in both of these events. China will be looking to sweep all 5 golds in table tennis and all 8 for the first time ever in diving. I've mentioned Ma Long as well already. We've also got in table tennis world number 1 for the women, Sun Yingsha. World number 1 for the men, Wang Chuqin. This will be his first Olympics, and he has been taking the table tennis world by storm. So I expect him to do very well here in Paris. As for diving, who did I mention already? China's diving team, they won 38 golds. Sorry, we've won 7 of 8 golds in Tokyo. Thank you. It's been a long night. Chuen Hongchen for the women's 10-meter platform and Chen Yuxi have been going back and forth all year. They'll be expected to duke it out for the gold in that, the premier event, the women's 10-meter platform. You've got Wang Zongyuan in the men's 3-meter springboard. He won silver in Tokyo behind his teammate Xie Siyi, so a 1-2 finish for China. Then we'll see if they can replicate that feat here in Paris. Swimming, another very strong one. I mentioned that before. You've got 6 former champions competing here in Paris. Zhang Yufei, Ye Shiwen, Li Bingjie, Yang Junxuan, Tang Muhan, and Wang Xun. You got world champions in Yu Yiting, Qin Haiyang, who did the unprecedented feat of sweeping all 3 breaststroke golds at the World Championships this past year, and Pan Zhenle, who recently set the world record in the men's 100-meter freestyle. He is tearing it up. He's the freestyle world champion, the world record holder, as I said. So again, China making tremendous strides in the pool. Expect to see a lot of golds coming from that area that didn't have in Tokyo. So another way to boost their overall medal tally. And then the final traditional strong event for China, and I do mean strong because I'm talking about weightlifting. Shi Zhiyong, this is his 3rd Olympics. He is going for a 3rd straight gold. Li Fabin, who won gold in Tokyo 2020 with probably one of the most unique lifts ever seen, what's been called the flamingo, because he stood on one leg to balance the weight. Just an incredible feat. 1 gold there. He's the defending champion looking to repeat. And you've got Liu Huanhua. China always does very well in the lighter weight categories, but Liu is the men's 102-kilogram new kid on the block. His incredible personality, the way he goes about his lifts has really captivated the whole weightlifting world, and he has a very good chance to contend for the gold in the men's 102-kilogram division, so the big boys. As for the women, you've got Li Wenwen, who's been called China's safest pick for gold in any event. She is pretty much a shoo-in. We'll see. Again, you can never say that when it comes to the Olympics. And then in the smaller ladies, you've got Hou Zhihui and Luo Shufang. So piles of names, piles of numbers there, but China will looking to succeed in all of those and racking up the medals here in Paris.
Greg, we appreciate that update from you. CGTN's Greg Lafredi live in our Paris studio this hour. Thank you so much. And David Lapartine, chairman of the French Olympic Committee and the IOC's Esports Commission, has thanked China Media Group for sending a strong team for covering and broadcasting the Paris Games. He said CMG has top-class capacities for producing and broadcasting sports events with world-leading technologies. He expressed his eagerness to see more cooperation with CMG to co-produce programs on tourism, cuisine, and culture. The French official said he looks forward to working with CMG in the future, including covering the 2030 French Winter Olympics and the esports games.
And archery made its debut in the Olympics at the 1900 Summer Games and will once again be featured in Paris this summer. South Korea has been the most successful team in recent decades and is now looking to have a strong showing this year. Our Shane Hom takes a closer look at how the country develops and nurtures its talent, starting at the grassroots level.
School is done for the day for these students, and it's time for training. This is Gwangju Physical Education High School's archery team. The athletes shoot hundreds of arrows a day at a target 70 meters away for hours on end as part of their daily regimen.
I wake up and begin my morning training at 6:20 by running on the treadmill. After that, I attend class at school, eat lunch, rest for a bit, and then get straight into training.
This school has proudly produced several Olympic archers. In fact, South Korea as a whole has won 27 out of the 39 Olympic gold medals handed out in archery since 1984. Many theories exist as to why the country is so strong in archery. But experts say the secret to success is actually no secret at all.
The basics are important, but what we call rhythm shooting is the most important. That plus momentary balance at the point of release and having a strong sense of self-belief of hitting the 10-point mark are vital.
Some say the South Korean national team trials are more challenging and competitive than the Olympics. An Sun, who was a triple gold medalist in Tokyo and is a graduate of this school, failed to even make the Olympic team this year and won't be defending her titles in Paris.
The key to success in archery is to be composed no matter how pressure-filled the situations are. The national team is famously known to have used wind machines and pumped crowd noise during training to simulate hostile conditions. It's this sort of attention to detail that has helped the country succeed in the sport so consistently for so long.
Archers learn to keep their nerves in check and refine their ability to perform under pressure. Most of the students here picked up archery at a young age through after-school activities and clubs. It's all part of a nationally organized system developed over generations.
Athletes receive support starting in elementary school, and I think training methods are well designed compared to other countries. Many countries specialize in archery as a sport from university, but Korean archers train from K to 12, so there's a large experience gap that other countries can't make up.
5 archery gold medals are up for grabs in Paris this summer. And South Korea will once again set their sights on sweeping the medal stand. In fact, anything less would be considered off the mark. Shane Hom, CGTN, Gwangju, South Korea.
The IOC has welcomed the refugee Olympic team during its 142nd session. A total of 37 athletes from 15 nations and regions comprise this year's refugee Olympic team. And they will take part in 12 events during the Games, which run from July 26th until August 11th. In Paris 2024 will mark the third appearance of the refugee Olympic team, following the contingent of 29 athletes that competed at the pandemic-delayed Tokyo Games and the inaugural 10-member squad that debuted at Rio 2016.
And Thomas Bach also called for the competitors in Paris to serve as peace ambassadors during his visit to the Olympic Village.
You, the Olympic athletes, you are the peace ambassadors of our time. You are coming from the territories of all 206 national Olympic committees and the IOC Refugee Olympic Team. As inspiring ambassadors, you make the Olympic Games into a symbol of peace.
And 8 Palestinian athletes will join the Games in Paris as the conflict rages on in Gaza. Palestinians say their participation goes beyond the competition and will help shed light on the situation back home. Akram Al-Satari has more.
Under the shadow of the Gaza war that has been continuous for 9.5 months, the Palestinians perceive the participation of the 8 Olympic athletes in the Olympic special show as a participation for the name, not for a game, for the name of the Palestinian people, for the Palestinian cause, and for also the advocacy that would be practiced once they reach the place of the show and once they are communicating with the different teams, with the different groups, and also different individuals who are interested in this. People of Gaza who love and enjoy the sports and practice them even when the war is at a peak are perceiving the participation of that team as a tool to spread again the word about Gaza and to advocate for the right of those people to live in peace and dignity, and also for the state of Palestine to become a reality after it has been a dream for such a very long time. Every single special sport event that was conducted, Palestinians were taking part in it, and Palestinians were seizing every single opportunity to show their love and dedication to their homeland and also to reflect the suffering their people have been living. Now, more than ever, there is a need to show that, and people in Gaza, Palestine, and everywhere, the Palestinians are expecting that team to show their suffering and to chant for freedom of the people of Palestine.
After 100 years, the Summer Games returns to Paris. Join CGTN to witness Paris transform into a giant Olympic park where the world's fastest, highest, and strongest together compete in iconic venues in the City of Lights. From the Chateau de Versailles for the equestrian and pentathlon, to the Tour Eiffel for beach volleyball and wrestling, from the Grand Palais for taekwondo and fencing, to the Place de la Concorde for newest Olympic sports, breaking and BMX. In this 2-week celebration of the indomitable human spirit, meeting Paris for the Olympic Games of 2024 on CGTN.
Breaking barriers, bridging cultures.
Witness history with CGTN's eyes on the ground.
Uncovering the stories beyond the podium where every athlete shines.
Feel the pulse of Paris, taste the thrill of competition.
From east to west, our diverse team brings you every angle.
Global insights, widespread coverage.
Experience it all, only with CGTN.
You're watching breaking news on CGTN.
With the latest market-moving headlines from around the world.
Welcome to the world today on CGTN.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. see the difference.
Earlier, we spoke to the director of Palestine Broadcast International, Osama Nazel, on the impact of the conflict in Gaza on Palestine's participation in the Paris Games.
Israeli war on the Palestinian people, particularly in Gaza, which is really genocide, impacts all the aspects of the Palestinians' life, including the Palestinian sport. As Israel killed dozens of Palestinian athletes, we are talking about 400 Palestinian athletes from different fields of sport were killed by the Israeli occupation forces. At the same time, Israel bombarded about 56 Palestinian sport facilities in Gaza during the war and 80 facilities since 2008 until now. Israel also turned Palestinian stadiums in Gaza into concentration camps where Palestinians are held, tortured, and sometimes killed. So Israel destroyed the whole sport infrastructure in Gaza, in addition to the restrictions imposed on the Palestinian athletes. Israel is violating the principles of the IOC, the charter of the IOC, and Israel is violating also the truth of the IOC, given that the bearer of the Israeli flag in the Olympics had shared a photo of a bomb dropped on Gaza with his name signed on it. So when Israel is violating the truth of the IOC, I don't think that it cares much about the truth with the Palestinian side. And we all watched and heard the speech by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, regrettably at the United States Congress, confirming that he is going to continue the war against the Palestinians, and all that is required is to send him more weapons and so fast in order to finish the mission of genocide and ending the existence of the Palestinians in Gaza. I'm really not optimistic about the truth at all, given the Israeli Prime Minister's speech at the Congress and the standing ovations that he received from the members of the American Senate and the American Congress.
Just a quick update on the opening ceremony. We've just seen a flag parade at the Eiffel Tower. We're seeing an incredible performance featuring a female flag bearer carrying the Olympic flag, riding a horse, sliding on the river Seine, symbolizing unity, friendship, and respect. We're expecting to see a few speeches and the oath-taking ceremony, as well as the flag-raising ceremony, and eventually lighting up the Olympic flame. That's going to happen in just a few moments. But before that, Iraq's presence in Paris will be limited to men's football, judo, and weightlifting. But the country's Olympic ambition remains strong, with hopes that the Paris Games will serve as a springboard for its sporting aspirations. Willem Denslow reports from Baghdad.
There are a lot of expectations on these young shoulders. Ali Yasser's just 20 years old and is an Asian Junior Championship gold medalist.
Thanks to God, I've made a lot of achievements in World Champions, and after nominating me, they said, deservedly, you hold the flag for Iraq's pride.
It was 49 degrees Celsius when we met Ali and his team. A power cut during the training session made conditions even tougher. There's a hope that a strong performance in Paris can raise the sport's profile here and bring with it more investment.
It'll cause a ripple effect to the team, strategists, because it's not just about the framework, but the actual infrastructure after the Olympics. This is just an incentive, so we can say Ali is the reason to advance that.
Iraq's only Olympic medal came in weightlifting. It was bronze back in 1960. The country hopes to see a return to the podium in Paris.
Apart from the football team, Ali is one of just a handful of athletes representing Iraq at this year's Olympic Games. Despite that pressure, he says he's happy to carry the hopes of a nation on his back.
The national football team's Gulf Cup victory last year sparked huge celebrations, and Iraq's qualification for this year's Olympics has provided more reason for cheer, having missed out 4 years ago.
We have many good players, young players, and those will defend, Iraqi colors in this Olympic Games.
The president of the Iraqi Olympic Committee, Akil Muftin, says plans are well underway to be even better represented in the 2028 Los Angeles Games. He says a coordinated approach is needed to capitalise on the nation's strengths and passions to generate success in the future.
In the Middle East, there are several gyms on every street to advance the athlete's strength, in addition to the fact that they are always available for play. These ideas could help build a strong future for sport.
Nearly 60% of Iraq's population is under the age of 25. It's a big talent pool, but the task will be in identifying and developing athletes to ensure they make a splash at the Olympic level. William Denslow, CGTN, Baghdad.
London last hosted the Olympic Games in 2012, leaving behind a legacy for its organization and the use of existing and temporary venues. Our colleague in London, Robin Dwyer, joins us again. Robin, tell us more about the lasting legacy of the London Games.
Yes, hello again from London. Well, Paris Olympics just getting underway as the spectacular opening ceremony continues. But what happens after the Games is also a major consideration. The event could give a $12 billion boost to the French economy, according to a study commissioned by organisers. And an Olympic legacy is often touted as one of the main benefits of hosting. So, 12 years on from London's turn, how does that legacy look? Well, London 2012 cost around $11 billion to stage, making it the most expensive Olympics at the time. It's often used as an example of a Games that was an economic success. Just 2 years after the Games, a report found that the 2012 Olympics helped boost the UK economy by close to $19 billion. This included new foreign investment and business contracts. The London Games were mostly held in Stratford, in the east of the city. The area underwent significant regeneration with new transport links and more than 12,000 homes built on the Olympic Park site, although there has been some criticism over how many of those are affordable. Well, organisers wanted to inspire a generation, and in terms of elite sport, London has been successful. In Rio in 2016, Team GB finished second in the medals table, their best performance since 1908. But participation at grassroots level, defined as adults doing sport for 30 minutes a week, well, that hasn't done so well, with numbers declining after the Games. Another way to measure an Olympic legacy could be whether you want to do it all again. And the Mayor of London has been teasing a possible bid for the 2040 Olympics, telling fans to watch this space. Well, millions of people watching this opening ceremony as it takes place around the world and at special fan zones. Our correspondent Jen Copestake is at one of them in London. So, Jen, what's the atmosphere like now?
Well, Robin, it's been an absolutely fantastic evening here in London. And one thing is, it's not rained at all, so it's been quite surreal in some way for some of the fans here in London to have an absolutely beautiful sunny evening and watching the rain pouring down in Paris. Now, there's been hundreds, if not thousands, of people gathered here. This is one of 9 venues that is going to take place throughout the UK for the duration of the Games. And as we've seen, this opening ceremony was very much centred around the River Seine, and that's part of Paris's legacy for this Games. They want to have a lean and green Games where they showcase the city and they don't add too many new venues to that city. We saw a totally different concept during the London Games, as you were just mentioning, and we went to Stratford to have a look.
In 2005, London beat out favourite and current host city Paris to win the 2012 Olympic Games. London's bid included a long-term plan to regenerate a part of the city considered to be a post-industrial wasteland. Stratford, the site of the Olympic Park, was one of the most deprived areas of the city, with waste dumped in its river, contaminated soil, and even a 20-foot-high pile of fridges. It was completely transformed, and a long-term plan for the area post-Olympics is now well underway.
In the last 12 years, regeneration here has transformed the area again. Top universities, galleries, and music studios now occupy the sites of former Games venues.
Sustainability was built into the plans for the Games. Even these new seats were recycled from the large pedestrian bridges. The water polo venue, which once occupied this part of the park, was dismantled and now has a permanent home in Indonesia. Where it once stood is the new main campus of the London College of Fashion. The V&A Museum will also have a stunning new site. 5 of the original Games venues were permanent, including the iconic Aquatic Centre, now used by over 1 million visitors a year.
So way back in 2005, there were 3 master plans for the park and for the venues. There was a 2012 master plan which set out how all the venues would look and the park would look for the Games themselves. There was a 2014 master plan, which is how we would transform and take away the temporary venues. And then there's a 2030 master plan, which looks at how the park will look to the future.
The beauty of the park stands in stark contrast to how it looked before the Games. It's the largest park built in London in the last 150 years, with 6,000 trees. This garden has plants cultivated from every continent in the world, except Antarctica, a feature kept from the 2012 Games. Opportunities to build on the almost $12 billion investment continue. The London Stadium, built for the Games, is now home to Premier League football team West Ham. The wasteland that 15 years ago no one could have imagined being home to visitors from around the world has been completely transformed by the Olympic legacy.
So it's a very different legacy that Paris is building on, and we understand that there will be affordable housing that will come out of these Games as well. Well, they're repurposing things like the Olympic Village. You can hear the cheering behind us. The party is going to go on well into the night here in London, and it's just wonderful to have the Olympic Games starting again. Great atmosphere.
Jen Kirkstake at one of the fan zones in central London, thank you very much. Great to get an idea of what the fans there are thinking about the ceremony, but what social media is saying about how the opening ceremony has gone so far. Our correspondent Siobhan McCall has been taking a look. Siobhan.
Yes, thanks, Robin. Well, the teams have been seen parading down the River Seine on boats. First out were the Greek team, the hosts of the very first modern Games back in 1896. And this was actually a history-making moment. Basketball superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo becoming the first Greek black flag bearer. Talking of basketball superstars, LeBron James is one of the USA's flag bearers. He's the first US basketball player to be given the honour, and he's hoping to help the team to a 5th straight gold. And here he is looking sharp in Ralph Lauren alongside the US's other flag bearer, Coco Gauff, who at the age of 20 is the country's youngest ever. Diver Tom Daly, was pictured having fun on the Team GB boat, recreating that famous scene from Titanic with fellow flag bearer Helen Glover. And that's given people on social media an idea. We know Celine Dion will be performing later, and this ex-user is hoping that she'll bring out her most famous hit, My Heart Will Go On, which of course is from Titanic. Lady Gaga was the first musical artist of the night. She sang in French and played the piano. And American music legend Dolly Parton wasn't on the set list, but she posted this video to X to say she was getting in the Olympic spirit. Well, let's get back to the Olympic athletes, and Team Ireland asked their friends and family watching back home and their fans to give them a wave on the television. Team has a huge delegation in Paris, including 42 Olympic champions, and they'll be hoping some of the athletes on these boats can be added to that tally during the Games. France were the final team out in the parade. French President Emmanuel Macron seems delighted with how things have gone so far. He tweeted, "Vive la France." But not everyone has been impressed with the open-air parade. It has got some praise, but other users on social media are saying they much preferred other opening ceremonies, in particular London and Beijing. Back to you, Robin.
Siobhan, thank you very much. So billions of people around the world watching those Olympics. Some differing opinions out there, though, about what's been a rather soggy opening ceremony in Paris. Sports broadcaster Paul Scott is here. So the organisers wanted Paris, they said, to be bold and original, and it did try to reinvent the idea of how an opening ceremony was held, despite a few challenges along the way.
Yeah, it was ambitious, wasn't it? I was thinking during it, sort of, what's the point of an opening ceremony, and why do we do this every 4 years? And I think local organising committees, they really want to show off what their city is about. They want to boil it down to basically who are we, what do we stand for, and what do we represent. And for France and for Paris, you know, they want to try to hammer home their reputation as the city of lights, the city of romance. They used the sunset, they used the Eiffel Tower, you know, to really hammer home that sort of city of romance. And if you look back at other opening ceremonies to differentiate what is different between Rio and Paris and Tokyo and London, how do these metropolises stand out? With the London Games in 2012, you had a nod to the NHS, the National Health Service, which is obviously, you know, a source of national pride for the United Kingdom. There was self-deprecating humour when the Queen parachuted in. So I think they all try and do something different, these subtle differences, and fair play to Paris for trying something completely different that hasn't been tried before, at a time as well when France itself is going through a little bit of political turmoil, I suppose, you know, a sort of political stalemate at least. And I think Emmanuel Macron and the local organising committee were really keen to show unity and show that France, when they're united, can put on a show, and that's what they attempted to do this evening. So Paris, known for being the city of love, time for a double-edged love story now, because France's fencing power couple, who are husband and wife, are both aiming for the podium. But can they both strike gold? Our correspondent Ken Brown went to meet them.
Manon Appetit Brunet and Bolade Appetit love to share their story with the world. They met on the fencing piste and connected through a shared passion. She's 28, he's 38, and the Paris 2024 Olympics are likely to be their last dance. For Manon, after winning individual bronze and team silver at Tokyo 2020, the dream is to complete the set.
Just after to take my 2 medals, I took them in my hands and I'm like, okay, they're beautiful, but I need one more color. So that's the goal.
Bolade has won multiple European Championship and World Cup medals, but an Olympic podium has so far eluded him. Both say this is their final Olympics, and with guidance from legendary sabre coach Christian Bauer, they're taking a stab at the big one.
It's the dream of all French fencers. We dream about win the gold medal in the Grand Palais in Paris with all our family, our friends, all the country behind us. So it's just a dream, but we work for this, and I hope it's gonna be real and not only dream.
Manon and Bolade's superpower is that they're in this together.
For me, it's the best thing in fencing. Like, okay, she's my wife, we have the same passion, we can see each other in training. If I lose motivation, she can help me. When she needs, I can help her, so it's fantastic.
Even in the competition, like between matches, we are speaking together, hugging together, like, okay, we are together no matter what.
But what about the big question? If you could choose, you win a gold or Manon wins a gold?
I give it to her 100%. No brainer.
That's love. Oh, that's love.
I give to her. She really deserves, and I give it to her.
Love and sport go hand in hand for France's fencing power couple. Ken Brown, CGTN, Orléans.
So all the teams have now safely sailed down the Seine, with the biggest cheer heard for the home team, who finished off the parade of athletes. And alongside the competitors, we've seen performances from dancers, acrobats, models and musicians, including Lady Gaga. Well, Paul and Siobhan are both here with me now, and before we look forward to what's going to happen at these games, I want to look back for just a moment. And Paul, I want to direct this to you, because you were actually at the Tokyo Games just 3 years ago rather than 4, delayed because of COVID, of course. This time, it's going to be great to have the fans back, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like it's been a long time coming, really, this Summer Games. You have to go back to Rio in 2016, which is 8 years now since we've had what you would class as a sort of full, proper Summer Olympic Games, because Tokyo, you have to feel sorry for Tokyo. Their games were hugely disrupted, initially delayed because of COVID. As you say, it was a year later in 2021. And when it did take place, Tokyo was in complete lockdown. So all the venues had no spectators in whatsoever. I was at the fencing and the taekwondo venue, and it was so surreal. You had to feel for the athletes because they have put their life's work into training, competing for this moment, trying to reach the pinnacle of their career, the pinnacle of their sport. And I went to medal ceremonies where the flag was raised, the national anthem was played, and there was no one there. You could hear a pin drop in this echoey arena. So I think for the spectators who have worked to get to Paris, they're going to be so happy that there will be fans there. And for Beijing, I was at the Winter Olympics as well. Slightly different there. Spectators were allowed, but international spectators were not. So you had a 100% Chinese crowd in Beijing, which created its own unique atmosphere. So I think, you know, the competitors, the fans, everyone's going to be looking forward to a slightly more normal games.
Well, sport's finally getting underway. We have had some start already, but it gets underway in earnest tomorrow. We've got swimming, diving, rugby. We'll see the first gold medals handed out. 2 weeks of amazing sport ahead. Siobhan, what are you most looking forward to?
Oh, good question, Robin. There's so much to look forward to. I think in the media, as you say, the first medal has been handed out tomorrow. I think that's always really special. Who is going to get that first gold medal? Then looking further forward, of course, there's some of the big highlights. The 100 metres final is so exciting. We've heard so much hype about Noah Lyles. Is he going to deliver? There's so many good contests in the pool as well. We've got that really exciting three-way fight in the 400 metres freestyle file, on the track, the hurdles. There's so much to pick from. It's going to be really exciting. And I think maybe also to see who's going to be the surprise package of this Games. There'll be someone that really stands out, maybe breaks a world record that we didn't see coming.
Paul, you could probably talk about this for hours, but you've probably only got about 20 seconds to tell me what you want to see.
20 seconds. I'm looking forward to the men's 1,500 metres. I'll be very specific. Josh Kerr, Great Britain, he's the world champion at the moment. He got bronze in Tokyo. He's up against the Norwegian defending champion, Jakob Ingebrigtsen. I think that's going to be a fascinating race, and let's hope that Josh Kerr can bring it home for Team GB.
Well, for me, Simone Biles, amazing athlete, can't wait to see her, and also tennis, big tennis fan here, so Novak Djokovic, like we talked about before, can't wait to see that. So hopes high for safe and spectacular Games in Paris, already off to an outstanding start. More to come from the opening ceremony and this special programme, but from all of us here in London, it's back to you in Beijing.
Thanks so much, Robin. It is now 10:45 in Paris. The chairman of the Paris Olympic Committee is now delivering a speech. The Olympic flag has been raised at the foot of Eiffel Tower, and the Olympic anthem was brought to us by 60 singers and 90 musicians. Now let's go live to our reporter Wang Suwen in Paris. Suwen, great to see you there. How's the opening ceremony going for you?
Hi, Julian. Right now, I'm at the International Broadcasting Center, where broadcasters from all over the world are gathered here. And we're witnessing the pivotal moment all together. So I'm in the studio now, but I can definitely feel the atmosphere. I can hear the cheering sound from time to time as a media crew cheer for their athletes when they see their representatives showing on TV. Well, it's been over 3 hours since the opening ceremony, and we have seen a lot of now. At this moment, the president of the Paris 2024, Tony, is giving a speech. Well, we have seen a lot of highlights tonight, and definitely it's a beautiful combination of sports and French culture. Well, the general director of this opening ceremony, Thomas Joly, and he said he was born in 1982, and he was used to be a theater director, and he studied theater. And during his interview, people asked him, "What do you want to convey during this opening ceremony?" And he mentioned a few words: love and surprises. And he said, "Love brings all people together, and Paris is a city of love." And he also mentioned surprises. And I think we have seen a lot of surprises tonight, starting from thousands of athletes taking boat along the river Seine. And right now, I think what we are waiting for is one of the most important, the torch lighting ceremony. And I bet France is going to give us more surprises tonight. Qiuyan.
Well, Suwen, it's Zhongshi here with Qiuyan in the studio. Now, the president of the Paris Olympic Organizing Committee has finished his speech. Speaking now is president of the IOC, Thomas Bach. And we know Paris 2024 Olympics marks the third time for the city to host the Summer Games, with the previous editions coming in 1900 and 1924. Tell us more about the competition venues for this year's Games.
Yeah, this is the third time for Paris to host the Summer Olympic Games, and it's their sixth time to host Olympics, including summer and winter. And for the competition venues, they have 41 competition venues in total, and in Paris city itself, it has 15 venues itself. And so for this time, Paris has changed a lot of its iconic buildings into the stadium. For example, the Stade de France, which is the country's largest stadium, it has hosted sporting events for 30 years. And right now, it's a stadium, it has changed to the purple track and has a stadium for hosting the athletics and the rugby 7. And another example is the Eiffel Tower Stadium. It used to be a leisure place for locals to just to relax there. And now it will host the beach volleyball and blind football sports. And here I want to mention, compared to Paris, and I want to mention Beijing a little bit. Beijing is a city also hosts the Summer Olympics and the Winter Olympics. And talking about the Olympic legacy, and Beijing, after 2008, and Beijing has changed the National Aquatic Center, and also has hosted many events, such as the swimming World Cup, diving World Cup. And just 14 years later, the water cube has been changed to the ice cube, and the Wukeson Stadium has hosted the ice hockey event. And talk more about Paris 2024. And the organizers say it's not a time for fantastic venues, but it's a time to educate people more about sport, and to be living healthy, and to know the importance of sport. Back to you, Zhongshi and Qiuyuan.
Thanks so much, Suwen. Once again, live for us in Paris there. Let's also turn to our correspondent, Dan Williams, who's at the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Thank you for joining us, Dan. As we mentioned earlier, Paris has become a 3-time Olympic host city with the 2024 Games. What legacy has the Olympics left?
Yeah, absolutely. It's 100 years ago, as you say, and of course the world was a very different place back in 1924, just after World War I, and the world now very much changed since then. The legacy of an Olympics or a big sporting event is always sometimes very hard to gauge whether through the tangibles and intangibles. This Olympic Games, it's cost around about 9 billion euros. It's around 10 billion US dollars. And that despite the fact that this organizer says it's going to be one of the most sustainable games ever put on. 95% of the stadium, the structures, were either all in place or will be temporary structures just for this Olympics. And so perhaps you won't get those white elephant stadiums that we've seen at other Olympic Games and other big sporting events, but because of that, as much as that's obviously a positive, you also then don't have that tangible new airports, new stadium, new roads that have been put in place at, say, the likes of South Africa 2010, the FIFA World Cup that took place there, which really you saw this whole world just completely change as that a big sporting event came round. The legacy that you might see here, the one key tangible for Parisians will be the fact that the River Seine has been cleaned up. There will be events, all being well, taking place there during this Olympic Games. It's been illegal for anyone to swim in the River Seine for 100 years, so that is a big plus. They expect areas of the River Seine to open for public use next year. So that's a key tangible. Then you have those intangible elements as well. The Olympic effect that we've seen happen at city after city over the last few decades. Barcelona really comes to mind, 1992, and that is those intangibles, the fact that it could provide, inspire people to be more healthy, inspire sporting excellence, inspire people to take up a sport and to one day perhaps become an Olympian themselves. So there's that element. There's also the fact that if this all goes well, there'll be a sense of pride among Parisians as well. It projects almost like perhaps a new global image of both Paris and France. That was certainly the impact of London 2012, another Olympics that I attended, and you could really see that pride come through once the opening ceremony began, and local London people suddenly felt the pride around that particular Olympic Games. But of course, all of those intangibles, very difficult to really quantify. And so that debate between whether it's all worth it, worth the money, worth all of this, well, that debate will continue. But I can tell you there's a lot of people here now watching this opening ceremony, a lot of Parisians that will really be hoping that this really does pass off very well, and that now the focus will be on the 2 weeks of sport that we now have ahead of us.
Yeah, Dan Williams, live for us in Paris. Thanks so much for that update. Let me also bring in my guest, Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, a member of the Palestinian Legislative Council. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Now, the UN adopted a resolution last November to call for an Olympic truce during the Paris Games. Do you think the resolution will be respected by both sides? And how likely is a de-escalation, albeit temporary?
Well, I think it's very hard to respect such arrangements at the time when the Israeli army is committing terrible genocide in Gaza and does not stop the bombardment. Every day we are losing between 50 and 100 Palestinians, civilians, mainly children and women, who are bombarded by Israel. And Mr. Netanyahu has just said in the American Congress that he has no intention of stopping this war and no intention of stopping the situation of collective punishment, which is leading to starvation. What worries me most as a medical doctor is the spread of diseases now in Gaza, which includes not only infectious diseases like hepatitis, but a very high threat of the possibility of poliomyelitis among children, and the terrible amount of the number of people who are now suffering from skin infections. It's a terrible disaster, terrible tragedy. And I don't think that Israel should have been allowed to participate in these Olympic Games. Russia has been forbidden from participating, but Israel is allowed. And they claim that Russia should not participate because of occupation. Here, Israel is occupying us since 57 years. So I think there is a very clear double standard here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa Barghouti. We appreciate your insights. Now, the opening ceremony of the Paris 2024 Olympic Games is underway. In a rare move, France has taken the opening ceremony of the world's biggest sports event on and along the Seine River, instead of inside a stadium. Dozens of boats are carrying thousands of athletes on a floating parade. 300,000 spectators and dignitaries from over 100 heads of states and government are in attendance for the spectacle.
And French President Emmanuel Macron has just announced the Paris Olympic Games are now officially open, another historic moment in the history of the Olympic Games. We're very excited. Stay with us here on CGTN for a special coverage of the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympic Games. Now, Hubert Kohls of Hungary is a world junior record holder in the 200 meters individual medley. Hungarian state media M4 Sports of MTVA spoke to him on his excitement to compete in Paris.
I'm still young and I know this. I'm sitting here as a 21-year-old and I became a world champion at 20. This is not the only Olympic Games in my career. It's not my last chance to achieve my goals. I believe that we have put so much work into this year and we trained so hard for this. So when we get to Paris, there will not be any kind of unnecessary excitement because we already know what needs to be done. We did this work throughout the year. I'm looking forward to the Olympics for my other competitions, not only the 200-meter backstroke. I'm also looking forward to the 100-meter butterfly because I like it very much, and I have been in the top 8, top 10 for a long time, so I'm excited to swim there as well.
As we speak, we're seeing the athletes' oath-taking ceremony taking place at the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympic Games. In the meantime, Indonesia has sent a 29-member team to compete in the Games. President Joko Widodo expressed high hope that the Indonesian contingent could bring home medals. He saw off the athletes at a ceremony in the Merdeka Palace courtyard. Indonesia's national broadcaster TVRI shares this story with CGTN.
In his address, President Joko Widodo advised Indonesian athletes to remain optimistic in facing competitions against the best athletes from around the world. Only with optimism and hard work, the athletes can bring medals for the people, the president added. The head of state said that as the Indonesian athletes who will compete at the 2024 Paris Olympics have been selected with a strict process. Therefore, the Indonesian government and people have great expectations from them. Meanwhile, the Minister of Youth and Sports, Dito Aryo Tejo, said that the 2024 Paris Olympics will be joined by athletes from 162 countries who will compete in 32 sports. Indonesia sends 29 athletes consisting of 16 men athletes and 13 women athletes, accompanied by 20 coaches, 9 officials, and 28 headquarter members, with a total contingent of 86 people.
And let's go back to our guests here in the studio, Mr. Rong and Mr. Chen here. I do want to talk to the both of you about that speech given by IOC President Thomas Bach. He said that this Olympic Games in Paris are more inclusive, more urban, younger, and more sustainable. Mr. Rong, let me start with you. What are your comments on those remarks by Thomas Bach?
Yeah, certainly I think every and each Olympic Games will have its characteristics. And we have seen that by this opening ceremony, certainly it's been unique, original, exciting, and I think which very much reflect by the speech of the IOC chairman, Thomas Bach. But what would interest me most is I would like to see it at the end of the game, because it has been a kind of a tradition that when at the end of a game he would come up with a word to describe the game. In the case of China, 2028, but of course it's not him is a different, the former president, was talking about an exceptionally, good game. So I would expect that certainly this game, the Paris, 2024, will leave a very interesting and important sort of marks in the history of modern Olympic Games.
Yeah, and as we speak, we're seeing the final stretch of that torch relay. We're really getting close to the final lighting of the Olympic cauldron. Now, from Thomas Bach's speech, a key word I've noticed is unity, right? This is a reoccurring theme from that speech. He says there's no global north and global south. It is unity that has brought everybody together. To you, Mr. Chen, how are you seeing the significance of the Olympic Games in bringing unity to the global community?
It's quite significant for everyone, I guess, because every chairman of the IOC and then always highlight unity and diversity and inclusivity. Of course, it's very important, but we need to see how really this spirit or this attitude can deliver to everyone, and then to let every athlete to feel it, and then to maybe some kind of behavior that can deliver by the media that can affect to everyone worldwide, because I think it's very important, especially today. We can see that the global, the environment, atmosphere is a little bit in tensions. So I think it's very important that after the 15 days, we can evaluate this kind of how this huge contribution from this Olympics that can help the global to be more united.
Of course, we've come to arguably one of the most exciting moments of the opening ceremony tonight in Paris, where participants, athletes, and officials have gathered just around the Eiffel Tower, the iconic landmark of France. We're moments away from finding out how that flame will be lit there. We're watching this very closely. Mr. Rong, another thing is that the ongoing conflicts have been acknowledged by IOC President Thomas Bach, and this is particularly important because people normally urge for a truce during the Olympics. What do you make of the Olympics being a time and occasion for promoting peace around the world?
Yeah, that's exactly, I think, the significance of sports event, global events like that, carries and could make a difference. And as we know that the Olympic truce has a long tradition It goes back to the ancient times when the Asian Olympic Games were held. I think there are the people understood that the players, the athletes, and even the whole cities should be guaranteed. I mean, the safety so that that game would be. That, I think, tradition has been carried on and being further developed in modern times. When I think the father of modern Olympic Games, Pierre de Coubertin, conceived and decided and was supported by the overall, the general peace movement that the Olympic Games could, I mean, the vision of building a better world through sport can be, if it's implemented, can make a difference for the world. And this is very much relevant in today's world, as we've seen that in Europe there's one ongoing conflict, and next door in Middle East there's a conflict in Gaza, and there are other sort of equally warring crisis and conflict, and not to mention the global challenges facing the world, the migration issues, the refugee issues, and the climate issues, by which I think this Paris Olympic Games made it again one of the shining, so the bright spot to be green and sustainable.
Yeah, the Paris Eiffel Tower is being lit up as we speak, as we wait for the official lit up of the Olympic flame. Let's talk more about Spain's preparation for the Olympics. Let's go live to Anisit Lavadrama. He is a TV analyst at 101 TV Malaga and a former Olympian in the Seoul 1988 Olympics. Now, great to see you, sir. How is Spain gearing up for the Olympics?
It's very good to see you on this Olympic opening day. Spain is of course, very optimistic and very excited and anxious to have the game start. The Olympic delegation, this 2024 Olympics, is made up of 382 athletes. There are more women than men. There is 192 women, 290. This is the biggest delegation of Spain at the Olympics. And everyone is very optimistic to see the results to the individual sports and the team sports.
We've seen the opening ceremony today honor, of course, past editions of the Summer Games. And for Spain, that is Barcelona 1992. How has Spain built upon the legacy of the Barcelona edition of the Summer Games?
Spain already had a very good tradition in sports. Of course, in individual sports, cycling, team sports such as football, basketball, handball, grass hockey. And then the Olympics in 1992 was a turning point for Spain in terms of, first of all, promoting sports, promoting the spirit of the Olympics, and also helping in terms of building facilities that are going to, in the case of Barcelona, open the city up to the sea instead of turning the back to the sea. And then it was a challenge to have those facilities become useful facilities for the population, for institutions and businesses in the city of Barcelona, in Catalonia, and it also expanded that same mindset to the rest of Spain. So Barcelona was a turning point for sports as a whole in Spain, and also as a cultural icon or a cultural vehicle for cohesion, of course, and to have that competitive mindset that we're going to witness during the Olympics.
Mr. Lavadrama, we appreciate your time and your sharing. Thank you so much for joining us today. With environmental concerns a key part of the food strategy for Paris 2024, preparations are underway to provide local produce and pesticide-free food in the Olympic Village, ensuring each athlete performs to the highest level. Our Ross Cullen has more.
Picking fruit by hand is delicate work, but these farm labourers are not working on a regular harvest. because these small berries have an Olympic future, destined for the restaurants of the Paris 2024 Athletes Village.
We at Fruits Rouge are very proud to be a partner of the Olympics, to be able to supply the athletes and bring them fine, local, French produce. I've adapted for the fruit they want. I changed my harvest with more or less mature berries, the size of the fruit, to adapt to what's been asked of me to provide for the Games.
The raspberries are grown a short drive north of the French capital, part of an ambition for the Games to reduce food miles and eat French produce from small farms like this. Environmental concerns are a key part of the food strategy of Paris 2024, and the raspberries here are organic, pesticide-free. This is where the fruit will end up, in what will be this summer the world's biggest restaurant complex, feeding and fueling 15,000 Olympic athletes. There will be 2 dining halls dedicated to French gastronomy, among other offerings for competitors with a different taste.
Of course, we have our culinary heritage, but there will be 206 delegations coming who we will welcome to our table. It's important for us that each athlete performs to the highest level, and to do that, we must respect their dietary needs.
One of the major partners for the Games is the Carrefour supermarket group, one of the world's biggest retailers. The group has been working hard to align its green targets, its role in the Games, and place on the world stage.
It is certainly possible to have the ambition to be both a partner of a global event and to be engaged with the green transition and the food transition. So with everything we have in place and that we will put in place, we can inspire others to be part of the beautiful heritage that we will leave after the 8th September and the closing ceremony for the Paris 2024 Games.
Over the coming weeks, hundreds of thousands of athletes, dignitaries and fans will feast on the world's most famous cuisine, from the grand dishes of Michelin-starred restaurants down to little red fruits from family farms like this. Ross Cullen, CGTN, L'Oeil-sur-Coucy, Northern France.
Well, the United States Olympic team boasts a rich legacy spanning over a century of participation and success. My colleague Azia Namdar is joining me again. Azia.
Well, guys, taking a step back in time to the 2016 Games, not in the United States, but actually Rio de Janeiro. While not all the promised changes were fulfilled, the world's biggest sporting event did bring some much-needed urban renewal. Lucrecia Franco has the story from Rio de Janeiro.
When fireworks exploded above Rio's world-renowned Maracanã Stadium, opening the 2016 Summer Olympic Games, Brazil was suffering from its worst recession in decades and struggling for cash. But that didn't stop the city from investing heavily in revamping neglected areas, such as the port area, with recreational spaces, transport infrastructure, and museums. The entire event cost over $13 billion in 2017 dollars, funded by a mix of public and private money. At a recent event presenting a study of the city's Olympic legacy, the current mayor of Rio de Janeiro, Eduardo Paes, said many of the city's improvements would not have occurred without the impetus of hosting the Games. Paes was also the mayor leading up to and during the event.
Our bid won against Madrid, Chicago, and Tokyo by arguing that these cities already had everything. We said they have to come here where we need the development and the infrastructure that the Olympic Games bring.
One significant achievement was the repurposing of the Olympic Park in Barra da Tijuca into schools. One of these schools opened this year and it came equipped with a gymnasium that serves around 1,000 students. But the promise to clean 80% of Rio's Guanabara Bay, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most polluted ecosystems in the world, was never fulfilled. Some of Rio's poorer residents also feel the legacy was bittersweet. The once quiet favela Vila Autódromo, which was home to 600 families, was bulldozed to make way for roads leading to the Olympic Park.
this.
But observers agree the legacy was overall largely positive.
Rio was the capital of Brazil until 1960, and then it begins a decline. And the announcement of Rio as the Olympic city changed the series. You know, everything that was going down starting to go up. Things for the common citizens like sewage, mobility, housing, it benefited at least in the city.
There are also intangibles that cannot be measured by statistics. The Olympics most definitely helped put Rio on the map as a city capable of hosting global events, including now the G20. Lucrecia Franco, CGTN, Rio de Janeiro.
Now, fast forward to this year's competition. Brazil is banking on its athletes to win gold in Paris. Mariana Melo is a sports planning and performance manager for the Brazilian Olympic Committee. Take a listen.
We are about 270 athletes, and our expectations is to go well. As we went in Tokyo, we broke some Brazilian records there, and we are with a strong delegations with very dedicated athletes, and we hope to go better than we were in Tokyo.
Mariana Melo there. Well, for more on the history of hosting the Olympics, the legacy, let's turn to Mike Buckle once again in New York. He's a sports editor at dailynational.com. Mike, there are clearly pros and cons of hosting these games. A lot of work, a lot of revenue, but also staggering cost and in a lot of cases, debt. And you got to wonder, is it worth it?
Well, ask the cities who have hosted and have actually done a really good job of it. 2012 with London, 1992 with Barcelona, 1996 with Atlanta. A lot of those cities had a rebirth in a way. Barcelona becoming an international city once again. Atlanta putting themselves on the map. They did a great job of repurposing not only some of the Olympic villages into apartments, but their Olympic stadium being turned into baseball stadiums and things of that nature. But when it comes to thinking about countries that hosted, say, in 2004, like Athens, that's where this term white elephant really took hold with those types of cities and cities that host the World Cup, where these stadiums that have been built for basically one-time use get basically unused after that, and then tens of millions of dollars of upkeep. Usually they're not going to do that, so they turn into these white elephants where no one uses them. They're not being used for children playing sports, or they're not being used to improve neighborhoods. That is really where, when you look back on some of these venues that host these, those are the real regrets that they may have. Paris certainly trying to do it with a lot of the infrastructure that's already been built in, and really trying to set a model for 2028 is Los Angeles, which is trying to do almost 100% of the venues and the Olympic Village, not building anything.
I want to pick up on something you said. You were talking about Olympics in Atlanta in 1996. I actually lived in Atlanta at that time, and you're absolutely right. After the Olympics, everyone knew where Atlanta was and this amazing city that put on an international sporting competition. Before 1996, not as many people knew. So let me move on to Paris. 1900, 1924, 2024, but clearly a lot has changed since Paris last held the Olympics in 1924.
Certainly a lot has changed, and a lot has changed in the way that they are doing this Olympics. Everything from the opening ceremonies with the athletes coming up the Seine, not doing it in an Olympic stadium. They are really trying to use some of the historical elements, the historic locations, having beach volleyball in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, building some of the Olympic pools from scratch for temporary structures, some of the other things that they're doing where they're really trying to capture the history and the culture of Paris in these games. They're trying to do it unlike any other. And one of the other things that they're trying to do is follow the model of London in 2012, where their Olympic villages hopefully being turned into affordable housing and mixed-use housing, public parks for the people that actually live in those neighborhoods. Both are taking the model of going into sort of underserved areas where there might not be the infrastructure, and building these Olympic villages where they've displaced some people to a certain degree, but they're trying to repurpose that in the future for affordable housing. So Paris might not be the model for other cities moving forward just because they have so much of that infrastructure, but it certainly is something where when we look back, we probably won't be talking about debt and crisis of buildings that are not being used.
And I have to ask you, what actually goes in deciding Olympic host cities? I know there's been some controversy, even some criticism in the past.
There's certainly been controversy and criticism going back to where it really came to the forefront when Salt Lake City was awarded the Winter Games. And we thought that it was a logical reason, of course, with, winter sports being so popular there. But of course, when it comes to the IOC, many decades long history of corruption and officials from all sorts of different nations where they are voting on these events. So whether it be outright bribes that are being done to the voting members or trips or some graft that may be done, that is one of the things that when you look at how the decision is made, you would want it to be made on infrastructure, historical significance, what it'll do for a certain region, like with the Rio Games, where it can just completely revitalize and restructure the way that a country, views its city in the present and in the future. But one of the things that is really important when you look at some of the cities here in the United States that have tried to put up the games, New York City, or bid for the games, New York City, Chicago, the outright revolt from some of the citizenry and the politicians that do not want it in their city. Los Angeles has really embraced it. And I think that's one of the things that Olympic committees look for is your city and is your government and is the infrastructure there where you're not going to go into millions and possibly hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. That's something that Paris hopes not to do, and certainly Los Angeles does not look like it's going to be doing that.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. We'll be back with more. Mike Bacco, first of all, thank you very much. And we'll be back with more Olympic coverage. Back to you guys in Beijing.
Ossie, thanks so much. The Chinese Olympic delegation has paraded down the Seine River during the opening ceremony. The candles and the total medal tally.
And as the Paris Olympics kick off, the spotlight turns to the transformative role of international sporting events in shaping cities and nations. For 26 years, Laszlo Vajda has been a key architect in the successful bidding and organization of multiple Olympic Games across continents. He shared with us his insights on building an Olympic legacy.
If someone is interested in legacies or impact of a large scale sport event, such as the Asian Games or the Olympic Games, for example, of course, the internet has a lot of, we call them impact studies. That is social impact, economic impact, and political impact that the games leave behind once it's conducted in a certain city or country. To me personally, to answer this question, I would bring up a few examples that to me were remarkable. Some Chinese and some foreign. For example, the national pride. Sometimes we don't consider the nation-building aspect of a large event. I would agree with some scholars who made some analysis of the Vancouver Games in Canada 2010 or the London Games in 2012. How these two games brought together the Canadian society and the society in the UK. Both countries were somehow losing their ways internationally, losing their weight. And the Olympic Games back then brought the nation together like nothing before. Let's go back to 2008 for China. We understand the economic impact. We talk about a lot of money being spent, how the infrastructure, the investment. I'm not going there. You can read about it. But if we think about the Chinese society, how the games changed people's views on the world, how Chinese people, average people, look at foreigners, how Chinese people became, sometimes I read it all around the city, became more open, more welcoming, not so much in an uneasy way. You don't know, somebody's coming from a foreign country, foreign face, foreign language. That made Chinese people sort of uneasy. After 2008, I could see how this changed remarkably. And people became much more open, yet they were perhaps even more proud to be Chinese. With the Chinese successes, all these sports successes brought the people together as a nation.
Let's now quickly turn to Mexico, a strong competitor at the Olympics throughout the years. For more on the country's participation at the Games, we're now joined by Helio Hinojosa, sports anchor for Mexico's Multimedios, who is in Paris and has witnessed the opening ceremony. Helio, welcome to our program. Tell us more about Mexico's delegation and the opening ceremony.
Hello for everybody in China. This is Paris. This is a big moment for us because Mexico is here. Mexico is here over the Sena River. The moment came a few minutes ago. It's a one great place to be witness how Paris opened the door to the world. For the first time, in the history, the opening was outside the stadium. This is different. We saw 100 boats over the Sena River. We saw 206 delegations in a parade road through the city. There were over the river thousands of athletes. It was a fantastic moment for many tourists and many people who live in this city. 80 screens allows each one to enjoy the magical atmosphere, the magical moment of the show. The opening ceremony was the largest in game history. The main moment is now. The Trocadero Gardens and Eiffel Tower, where many people came each day, was the witness to the Olympic fire on. It's a great moment for us in Paris. Back to you.
Helio, we appreciate that update from you. Thank you so much for joining us today. And as we speak, a hot air balloon is hoisting that Olympic torch, and we don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, it's being set off from the ground. Looks like the Olympic flame has been lit.
All right, let's keep watching to find out. Let's talk about this with our studio guests here. Mr. Yan, starting with you. Paris showed its cultural strengths to the world in a way where it brought fashion and music and everything together. But in terms of cultural exchanges, what does the Olympics do in terms of promoting cultural exchanges between the host nation and other participating countries?
Well, retelling a story of 100 years old, but it's still a new story to us because in the late 90s, when the French people they started this Olympic movement, that's the origin of this cultural exchange, of recreating a story of human being spirits of more than 3,000 years old, but retelling the story in a modern sense. Now they created another phenomenon, just like the lighting of the torch. It's fire from water, and we're going to witness the balloon high maybe in the sky of Paris for the next 2 weeks, next 15 days. That's really creative, and we've seen all these great cultural heritage and the great thoughts, philosophies of the French mentality, French society. I think this is a great symbolism of the French philosophy and the French culture.
Yeah, they're executing everything in such an innovative way, a creative way. And to you, Mr. Chen, how do you think global sporting events like this would help break down cultural barriers?
Of course, it can break the cultural barriers because you can see on the cruise paradise and that athletes from different countries, they share the boat and they communicate with each other, and then we can see everybody enjoy this kind of you can't say this opening ceremony, you can see it's a sport party for everyone, and it definitely can break the language and cultural barrier, and then to let everybody to understand each other and respect each other, even though they have a different kind of maybe religion and maybe some kind of a diplomat position. So I think it's definitely, and also I think in the future, in the media coverage, you need to amplify, need to highlight this kind of you can see the very positive phenomenon for every Olympics. So after that, we can not only talk about this topic only during the Olympic 15 days. So, but you can just need to. I think this barrier need to be breaked forever.
Just now we heard our guest in our DC studio talk about the worth of holding and Olympic Games. And you can calculate this worth in different terms. You can calculate it in monetary terms. You can calculate it in cultural terms and diplomatic terms. Mr. Yan, what would be a good, logical, and sensible way of calculating whether an Olympics is worth the money, worth the effort, worth the attention?
I think that's a great point. We might have calculated too much in the money sense, in the commercial sense of the Olympics. The cost of hosting a summer, winter Olympics, to the actual figure of billions of money. But the heritage, especially what we witnessed a night of the opening ceremony, of all those great French cultural heritage, that will leave a long-lasting impression among all people from the world. I think you cannot count that in any economic figures for that.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I just saw Celine Dion performing a song there. This looks like a grand finale. She's such an icon. I'm sure that's a beautiful sound out there. Now, Mr. Shen, talk to us about your thoughts on the potential legacy of the Paris Olympic would bring to the city.
I think it's from one perspective, it will help the local citizen to maybe to involve into sports frequently, and then probably they will try different kind of sports. Probably, just I imagine that they probably watch the ping pong games during the Olympics, and maybe for the next year they probably practice and play ping pong, and have a maybe better understanding about our ping pong athletes from China. And then probably it is cultural exchange legacy as well. And also for the local, Mr. Yan said that we can now do some kind of quantitative research that is always count the money. But I think yes, for my opinion, sometimes we need to think about the legacy from the economic side. Especially for the direct economic impact. For instance, if you to development the infrastructure and a kind of a community facility, it will definitely create more job position for the local workers and then citizens, and it will help them to have a maybe better life, and then we can move into a better accommodations. I think that will be a legacy for the Olympics.
All right, gentlemen, thank you, and bear with us on our program here. Host city Paris is aiming to make the 2024 Olympics the greenest ever games. 95% of the sporting venues are based on existing or temporary infrastructure to minimize construction impact. The Paris Olympic Village will run on renewable energy, emphasizing vegetarian food, recycling, and no single-use plastics. Our correspondent Ross Cullen reports.
The Olympic motto is faster, higher, stronger, together. For Paris 2024, you could add greener. The buildings being used for the Olympics have eco-ambitions at the core. This is the Adidas Arena in northern Paris, which will host badminton and gymnastics. 30% of its concrete is low carbon, and 80% of the building will be covered with greenery.
For example, all the seats here are made of recycled materials. There are solar panels on the roof. There's lots of greenery as well for the ecological aspect. And so there you have it. The building was conceived to be eco-responsible.
The new aquatic centre is the only permanent arena purpose-built for the Games. The architects were keen to ensure construction was as environmentally friendly as possible. They used wood and recycled materials. Plus, the water here is being heated by capturing the heat output from a nearby data centre.
I think for me, what was the most important was to answer to the sustainability and to all the technical points we had to reach, but with beauty and architecture.
Paris 2024's ecological ambitions are not limited to this summer. The apartments where elite athletes will stay during the competition will be converted into local housing after the Games. Paris gets hot in the summer, but competitors will have to make do with fans to keep cool. Air conditioning units have not been installed to keep electricity use down. Energy consumption is one of the biggest sources of air pollution in Europe.
The organisers have an ambition to limit Olympic emissions to around 1.75 million tonnes of CO2. That's around half that of the previous Summer Games in London, Rio and Tokyo.
Two of the main legacy aims for Paris 2024 are building public pools on the River Seine and also converting the areas around Olympic venues into new neighbourhoods. Ensuring the Games are remembered for their sustainability achievements is another ambition, and one that the organisers consider just as important. Ross Cullen, CGTN, Paris.
So it is official, the Olympic flame is being lit up. That's the final moment, the most exciting moment at the entire opening ceremony, and we witness it for you. Now, we are joined now by Giulietta Bialsati in Zurich, Switzerland. She's the Director of Environment, Sport and Culture at Dali Hubs Agency. Great to have you with us. Now, how are green building standards, such as the LEED certification, being implemented in the construction of Olympic venues and facilities?
Oh, hello. Thank you for having me. Well, new standards are in sustainability by implementing green building standards like LEED certifications across all their venues are happening in Paris. I would like to talk about some key strategies. Like, for example, the use of existing and temporary venues. 95% of the competition venues are pre-existing or temporary. This reduces new constructions and also promote long-term community use. Also, another key strategy that we have is the low-carbon constructions. Low-carbon and bio-based materials are used, like timber. At least 30% of these timbers is sourced from French eco-managed forests. Also, low-carbon and ultra-low-carbon concrete are prioritized. These reduce between 40 up to 60% compared with traditional concrete. I also would like to emphasize the biodiversity and eco-friendly design. These green roofs that are made up, this supports local wildlife with enclosures for insects and birds. And also, nearby this athlete village, they are planting trees like almost 9,000. We have also that they are recycling, they are using reusable materials. Like, for example, the seatings, the seats for the aquatic center, it has 5,000 seats that were made up for recycled materials for bottle caps. So all of this is demonstrate the commitment to sustainability and not only reduce the environmental impacts during the Games, but also sets a global precedent for future events.
Giulietta, I have one more question for you. What measures are being taken to ensure the use of renewable energy sources for powering the Olympic Games?
Yeah, well, they have the objective of powering all the venues with 100% of renewable electricity. So EDF is working a lot on it. So they are bringing electricity from wind and photovoltaic farms. The PV panels are installed in all the Olympic facilities, especially in the new athletic, the Olympic athletic for the athletes, and also for the aquatic center. They have a roof made of 5,000 square meters, becoming the biggest urban farm of solar energy in all France. They are also using, trying to minimize the diesel generators, optimizing with biofuel, hydrogen, and battery power alternatives for these generators.
Giulietta, we appreciate your time and your expertise. I'm afraid that's all the time we have. We're going to leave you there. Thank you so much for making time for us today. And for more on the use of new technology, our colleague Asiya Namdar joins us again from Washington, D.C. Asiya.
Lee and Zhongxi, this year's games will feature some of the best athletes ever. We know that. And at the same time, some of the most advanced technology ever. How's that going to affect the games? Mark New has more in his special report.
400-meter hurdle champion Karsten Warholm has high hopes for setting a world record wearing his new radically designed Super Spike shoe he developed with Puma. It's a far cry from a few years ago, when he criticized his opponents of gaining an unfair advantage by using so-called super shoe technology.
This spike to me has become a proof of what is in the future.
Perhaps no sport has tinkered with fabric aerodynamics more than swimming. In 2008, Speedo's LZR racer suit was banned for giving swimmers too much of an advantage. The company is now back with new LZR Intent and Valor suits, which are approved by World Aquatics and claims to be less water absorbent than ever.
So it's exactly the same concept as a wind tunnel, but we can change the parameters so we get effectively what it would be in water. And what we actually look to do is kind of get physical scans of athletes that we can then feed into this software. So it's a really accurate representation of what it would be like when they're swimming and when they're in the water with our suits on.
Swimmers will be competing in this brand new $200 million aquatic center with more than 4,000 solar panels. The aquatic center and all the venues have been recreated in digital twin form so that organizers can simulate operations.
They're looking at ways in which they can optimize energy efficiency and without leaving as huge a carbon footprint. The data will be used to prepare for, say, the Winter Olympics and the next, in 2 years, and for future Olympics.
Broadcasters can use the digital twin platform to plan how their camera angles will work, and athletes can even research ahead of time exactly where they'll compete.
A British Olympic climber who was actually had the climbing wall itself and the venue all made visible in a 3D format where he actually can prepare his own climbing based upon AI. It's pretty phenomenal. And also just to get the feeling of the venue that you would be at, that you can be doing a lot of sort of mental and physical preparation using this tool.
In April, the International Olympic Committee launched its AI Olympic Agenda, detailed how AI will be used in the Games, such as for helping to monitor every athlete's social media account for hate comments. Tech giants Intel and Samsung have also joined forces to launch an AI-powered talent identification system, where attendees at the venues can test their skills and be given advice on what sports they might want to pursue. In a time when artificial intelligence, smart wearables...
Let's talk technology. Once again, we go to Mike Bacco in New York. He's a sports editor at dailynational.com. So let me begin with the opening ceremonies. What did you think in terms of the coolest and newest gadgets when it comes to technology? When you were watching the opening ceremony, what went through your mind and what stood out to you in terms of technology?
Well, when it comes to technology, it's really the way that the organizers kind of had the cameras on some of these boats. Not only did the Paris Games organizers work with their broadcast partners, but this is really taking the audience into the athletes, taking them onto the boat, having that interactive experience. And this is actually something that NBC, the broadcast partner here in the States, is really trying to do, is to humanize the athletes, tell their stories by being up close and personal with them. And they were able to do that a bit with some of the broadcast production elements, being on the boat, being really forward-facing with a lot of these athletes, and certainly with the performances. Lady Gaga certainly stealing the show. She does not need any technology to sort of rise to the top of any sort of performance list.
Yeah, that was spectacular. Let's talk more about artificial intelligence and these latest innovations, Mike, for fans and also for athletes. I know Mark New, in the report before coming to you, talked about some of that, but if you could elaborate on that.
Absolutely. When it comes to technology, it's all about, well, wanting to have an even playing field. We talked about some of the swimsuits from years past, where just completely shattering some of the records that have been held for decades before. Now there's more of a level playing field, but we see it in all sports. We see it through baseball equipment. We see it on the football field. We even see it on the soccer pitch in terms of how they're using technology for whether the ball is going across the goal line or not. Certainly with tennis, with the in and out of bounds. What we're really trying to do is take some of the guesswork out of not only, judging and officiating, but then also allowing all athletes to be playing on the same playing field. So whether that is using AI to recreate a certain venue that you're going to be performing at, or whether it's going to be from the standpoint of training, super slow cameras that could capture every way that your body moves. I did a story earlier this year on hurdlers who, just by seeing centimeters and millimeters of how their hip is rotating, are able to take off seconds from their race. So athletes using this technology, it's not going to make them better athletes, but it's going to refine how they train. And when you're talking about Olympics, so much of this is just seconds away from gold or silver or not medaling at all. So that's really how they're going to be utilizing it.
Mike Bako, we certainly appreciate all your help with our coverage today. Really appreciate it. Li Chu, Juan, and Zhongxi, back to you in Beijing.
All right, Asia, appreciate that as always. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Asia. Now, the opening ceremony has featured firework displays and lively music and dances. And here are some of the highlights. Fireworks display the French national colors as a masked torchbearer traveled through the streets of Paris. There was also a runway show in a nod to the capital of fashion.
And as the opening ceremony concludes, let's go live again to our colleague Greg Lafridi in our Paris studio. Greg, I know this has been a marathon day for you, but come to think of it, this might be the only marathon that you will participate in during this trip to Paris. So hanging there, what is your overall impression of the opening ceremony, Greg?
Well, there is the mass participation marathon that's open to the public, and I think you're right. I will not be doing that. I know it's been a long night for you guys as well in Beijing and around the world, but this is the Olympics, this is the opening ceremony, and this is what it means to have a global event, right? I mean, we live in different time zones, so people are tuning in the world over for this extravaganza, and what a show it was. I mean, everybody turned out for it. Mother Nature even contributed with rain that has basically stopped now that the opening ceremony has finally concluded. But again, what an incredible show. I mean, it really lived up to expectations, right? From the boat parade in the beginning to the numerous performers. I mean, some of my favorite parts, certainly the first heavy metal band to perform at an Olympic opening ceremony, Gojira. And they're not just a heavy metal band, they are a heavy metal band, and to have them in windows hanging off of a castle along the River Seine was just spectacular. One of my other favorite parts was the silver horse streaking across the water, which was just surreal. The lighting of the cauldron too, and the balloon taking off. There were so many elements in there that I was literally left scratching my head wondering how they did it, how they pulled it off, how they coordinated this enormous event. So, hats off to Paris, hats off to President of the Organizing Committee, Tony Estanguet, and the whole team. I mean, really, an amazing start to what bodes to be a really tremendous game. So here we are, Paris 2024 officially underway. Events, of course, have already started a couple days ago, but medal events start tomorrow morning. So the fun is just getting going.
Is just getting going, Greg. Tomorrow is day one. What are your favorite sports? What kind of sports are you most interested in to look out for during this Paris Games?
I mean, for me, the Olympics is a lot about the sports that are going on all year round, of course, but that we don't normally tune into. Sport climbing being one, some of these new ones. I grew up skateboarding. So seeing skateboarding in the Olympics for a second time is just mind-boggling to me. BMX is another sport, too, that I grew up doing, and to watch that as well. And some of these in the venues that they'll be at. Tennis at Roland Garros. I mean, Olympic tennis is always an interesting one, but this year the competition is going to be really special, too. You had Rafael Nadal, one of the final torchbearers, an active athlete who will be competing in these games. He's got to wake up tomorrow and start practicing on the clay courts of Roland Garros, where he's won a record number of French Open titles. I mean, it's on and on. Other things I'm looking forward to, I'm a big track and field fan. I like things like javelin, shot put, pole vault. Again, these are ones that I might not pay so much attention to regularly, but looking forward to it here. And another one that I definitely must admit isn't something I'm watching all the time, but equestrian. Equestrian is taking place at the Palace of Versailles. China has two athletes in Alex Huatian, who I spoke to just a couple weeks before the Games, and Sun Huadong. So looking forward to that incredible venue. I mean, this was literally the stables built by Louis XIV, the Sun King. So to see these athletes competing there on these hallowed grounds is just going to be really, really special. So I could just keep naming these all night, but I think we've all been here for a while, so I'll sum it up at that. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. You know what, Zhongshi, for me, aquatics, for sure. For sure. Just the speed and power of these aquatic sports like diving and swimming, they just never fail to captivate audience, including me. You know, the beauty and strength of these athletes they're demonstrating is just mesmerizing. And plus, who doesn't like to watch beautiful human beings with great abs? I mean, that's something I could never have.
I was waiting for that one.
Them.
I was waiting for that one, and I had a feeling you would spill it. All right, Greg, hats up to you as well. We, of course, look forward to checking back with you throughout the duration of the Games.
Thanks so much. Now we're joined by Boucher Aurelien, assistant professor at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, is an expert in sports sociology and also a sinologist who started to get to know China over 20 years ago. Great to have you with us, Professor. How do you evaluate the display and promotion of French culture in the opening ceremony? Could you interpret some of the elements of French culture from the ceremony, especially those that might be less known to foreigners?
Yeah, I think that Greg just mentioned the air balloon. So the air balloon in the Jardin des Tuileries, it was the first place where an air balloon was tested in the world. So it was there was an historical background putting in an air balloon going with the Olympic flame. This is kind of important. And the Eiffel Tower, you know, Paris is also named the City of Light because at the beginning of the 19th century, Paris was a pioneer city in developing public lighting, and since then it has been named the Lighting City, or the City of Lights. And the illumination of the Eiffel Tower was a way to remind this identity of Paris.
I mean, your connection with China began with table tennis. You came to China in your youth to train, but ended up becoming a professor in China. Your unique experience is a prime example of how sports can foster international exchange. I wonder what your view is on the role of sports in diplomacy or state relations.
So, yeah, sports can be one of the many important features to promote people-to-people exchange, and I'm a pretty good example of that. So I had the chance to be trained by retired table tennis trainer from Beijing, Mr. Wang Qingqi, which is also a close friend of Li Fuzhong, of Tang Yi, of many Chinese champions. And it is the way through which I get in touch with China. And thanks to my trainer, I visited Beijing for the first time in 2004, and this is where I get the idea of dedicated my life to do research about history and sociology of sport in China. So sometimes sports can be a way to discover new horizon, new country, and also to get familiar with new culture, and in my case, to make a life of it.
All right, Professor, we appreciate your stories. What a pleasure to have you on our special program today. Thank you so much.
Appreciate your insights, Professor. Now, the delegation of China's Hong Kong Olympic team has cruised down the Seine River during the opening ceremony. The delegation...
This summer, Paris has become the world's second city after London to have hosted the Summer Olympic Games 3 times. Paris has consistently surprised the world, with each Olympic Games pioneering in its own way. Let's now take a trip down memory lane as we anticipate what Paris will bring us this time.
This summer, Paris is about to become the second city in the world after London to host the Summer Olympic Games for the third time. And let me tell you, Paris never stops surprising us. Every time the Paris Olympic Games were held, they brought something groundbreaking to the table. But before we dive into the future, let's take a quick trip down the memory lane. In 1900, Paris hosted its first Olympic Games, the second ever in history. Back then, women weren't allowed to, participate in much, but Paris changed the game. For the first time, female athletes competed in the Olympics, with British tennis player Charlotte Cooper making history as the first woman to win an Olympic gold medal. Then in 1924, Paris was back at it again, getting another shot at hosting the Games. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. Things were a bit rushed. The main venue was far out of town and getting around was a bit of headache. But leaving it to the French to come up with a genius solution. Built a temporary residence near the venue, and boom, the first Olympic village was born. The 1924 Olympics also introduced the iconic slogan, faster, higher, stronger. Oh, and did you know that the Winter Olympics originated from these games? Taking place in the French town of Chamonix from January to February that year, it was originally a little something called the International Winter Sports Week, sponsored by the IOC. But it was such a hit that it was later recognized as the first Winter Olympic Games. Now let's fast forward 100 years and jump to today, shall we? Paris is making waves as a three-time Olympic host. This time, Paris takes being innovative to another level. They're using a single emblem that combines the gold medal, the flame, the Marianne, the symbol of the French Republic, all into one for both the Olympic and Paralympic Games. But wait, there's more. Paris 2024 is shaking things up with a marathon for everyone. Yep, you heard me right. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, you can join in on the Marathon pour tout, the first ever general public event in Olympic history. 2 routes, 2 distances, 1 epic celebration of sport. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how pumped are you for Paris 2024?
I'm super pumped for Paris 2024. And with that, we come to the end of this edition of our special coverage of the opening ceremony of the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. Choo-yeon, what a day of suspense, surprise, and satisfaction. Hats up to Paris.
Exactly. From this day on, my choice of sport is going to be a spectator because I know so much more is going to come.
All right, we want to thank you for your company on our long broadcast today. I'm Dong Shi.
I'm Lee Choo-yeon.
Bye for now.
Bye.